4, 3, 2, 1.
What's up, everyone? This is the Tin Man, Chris Sheldon with the Worldwide Resistance Network. If you are watching this, you are the Resistance. Joining me tonight on this special roundtable Monday night, April 13th, 2026, is good old Reverend Ordo, and returning for her second interview, formerly known as Targeted by Narcs, Gatekeepers are creepy. And before we get into all that, let me introduce to you, as always, the infamous Meth Monster Blue, the fictitious product that doesn't actually exist, because we are not funded by APAC or any corporate sponsors. We are of the people, by the people, for the people. So if you like this broadcast, share the live feeds right now. Now. Follow us on our various social medias, X, YouTube, Rumble, all at REALTWWRN. And as always, feel free to check out our online store. Tons of great merchandise there. Hats, t-shirts. You see, I got my merch on. Revan's got his. Go get yours. Again, got plenty of t-shirts, hats, bumper stickers. You name it, we got it. Everything except the kitchen sink. So again, go ahead and check out our online store at realtwwrn.printify.me. And with that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into this. Gatekeepers are creepy. It's been a hot minute since we've seen you on here. How you been?
Well, just been surviving. Just trying to survive each day, trying to learn more and more about this program. And this is definitely probably one of the most, I would say, even having been through cancer and a bilateral mastectomy due to the cancer, dealing with occupational hazards, it's
an adventure.
Yeah, it's been really challenging, very challenging. I was on the virtual stage talking to another individual. His name is, it's Dr. De Facto, and Dr. De Facto, and he's on YouTube. He's a pretty darn good source of information. And I just found myself on his virtual stage because there was a guy out there, the handle called Chief Handler was just making comments. Chief Handler is notorious for, basically, I hate the word gangstalking so much, but basically, there's people online that are actually paid to monitor us, to follow us around, to try to lead us into very bad situations where we become the victim of our own demise. So we have to be so careful out there. And I've learned so much. So my overt stalking started to happen in May of 2024. Right after they set me up with something. I should say this too. And I've never had a DUI ever. There's people online that will slander you too, that they'll come after. And we're talking other TIs too, other people that are in this program. This program is domestic terrorism, period. I hate the word gang stalking. That's a
well, CIA. If the shoe fits.
Sorry?
If the shoe fits.
Exactly. If it doesn't apply, let it fly.
Exactly.
It's been a really wild ride, and this is definitely the worst thing. I hate to say that, because everything I say this, and I feel like these individuals that monitor us and cheat and are hitting us with these military weapons, they are consistently cheating. I'm up against this. This is worldwide. This stalking situation. It's just worldwide. There's nowhere to get away from it. I've talked to other people that are targeted, and they really do go after the people that come off the most credible, So, I mean, I've had situations where I've had to call the police because of due to break-ins and, in every interaction I have with the police, I've had I've had, just getting in this situation, I had more interactions with them when I didn't know what was going on. I just was being followed. It was menacing, and it did start in May of 2024 when I won this case. I acted as it was a setup, and I acted as my own lawyer, and I won, and I was victorious because
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's just, they constantly try to set you up. It's just a series of, just getting set up. So I said to the judge, after, it was so draining being my own lawyer, having all this proof that the defendant was lying. She was what you call a gang stalker, criminal informant. What she was, as you guys know, she was, as I told you before, she was a new age witch, which is, she was actually in a coven. She was one of the head ones. It sounds nuts. I mean, I didn't even believe in witchcraft, so I didn't see this coming. So she was, far, she was deep into the occult. And she had accused me of things that were a complete lie, but I had all this. If there's one thing I learned when I worked at the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, is to document. So I went there and I was a total geek with this judge when I walked into court, and it was a kangaroo court. It's all set up. They're all into it. I'm talking to a Freemason, Eastern Stars galore. They're all in the secret society. They're all in the club that I'm not in, but I was, it was only me and her and, the Eastern Star judge, but at the time, I'm really kind of glad that I was kind of ignorant about that stuff, that it was a kangaroo court and it was all set up, and she was a gang stalker, the defendant. I hate to call her, I'm trying to think of another word, a criminal informant, or, just a lowlife, just somebody that has sold their soul. This woman happened to worship Lucifer because she told me she did. And that's why I tried to get away from them. And then they started stalking me. They had their associates stalk me everywhere I went. And I couldn't figure, how are they knowing? How do they know where I'm going? They're there before I even go. I was, at the time, I'm living alone. I'm not telling anybody my plans, but I'm thinking of them. And what that's called is remote neuromonitoring. And that's something that Dr. Robert Duncan, I don't know if he created it or something, but I really do think, I'm not a big fan of Dr. Robert Duncan, because if he didn't create that, then so many of us wouldn't be dealing with this. And this is so prevalent. I mean, and I haven't even been able to convince Rev regarding remote neuromonitoring. It sounds insane. When you look up, don't do it on Google, but when you look up remote neuromonitoring, and if you want to see a good way to kind of just get acquainted with remote neuromonitoring and what it is, because they want everybody to have it, and not in a good way. It's like telepathy. I can't. They actually telepathy. And, it's just, you think of something and they already know, they know it. It's just so sci-fi. And you can check out, if you want to, you can check out Project Soul Catcher by Dr. Robert Duncan. And if you want to know, just kind of, because it is, I got to admit, it's a really technical, boring book. But if you read you just read the reviews on Amazon, you get a good, it kind of clarifies how they are using this, technology, this AI and weapons of war against civilians. And they want to pretty much use this and have everybody be a targeted person with a social credit score under them. And they're rushing that in now. This is not something 5 years from now. This is going on right now. Because when I go outside, I experience something very different. When I go outside, I experience mobbing, constant mobbing, and they blend in. And it feels like the whole town, is stalking you. I've never had this situation happen to me before my stalking became overt. I haven't been diagnosed with any mental illness. I haven't been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and it's just a series of trying to set you up, constantly trying to set you up. And it's stressful. So, that's why so many of us targeted people on this list, we turn into, we get agoraphobia because we don't want to go out and deal with these parasites, these people that have sold their soul, and they've just, they've signed on to do this through whatever it is. I'll say this is just for the record. I'll say this is for educational purposes only. This is for entertainment purposes only. You got to say that out here in YouTube, because I hate to say it, but YouTube's in on it. But, it's just, it's surreal, guys. When you are going through this, it's unexplainable. But I can tell you, when I go out, I see it now. It is so prominent right now. They use certain color coding. They want to, it's this MK Ultra program, and
essentially, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Essentially, yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, basically it's this, satanic ritual. I'm just, they're experimenting on us, in the worst way. I have a constant ringing in my ears. It's constant. And that is a connection that's hooking you up. And Sabrina Wallace talks about that. People can just check out her, Sabrina Wallace out here. She's on YouTube, and she's actually doing it. I'll have to look up that channel that she's on. It begins with a D. It's like Daboom something something. It's just such a great channel. But it's just so very stressful. I see with what one of the and I want to play a phone call on here from an individual that's been targeted now for over 10 years. And he's just, I have so much respect for him. And his name is Nappy. That's his screen name out here. And
okay.
So I really, at some point, I hope you guys let me play that, and, at an appropriate time, because
okay.
I really.
How long is the phone call?
I'm sorry?
How long is the phone call recording?
The phone call is about, I'd say, little under 2 minutes. And he tried to talk to people. Basically, he called up the dispatcher because, they're mobbing him. They're trying to trigger him with this one headlight stuff. That's what some of these criminal informants do, in these secret societies, these sleeper cells. Basically, what they are is there's all a bunch of group of people. It's worldwide. It's all these groups. It's fraternities. It's, it's people that basically have, taken the oath, right? Freemasons, Eastern Stars, and it's all coming out now. There was like 20 Masons or something in the UK that they're charged with murder now. It was the Freemason Lodge is under investigation now, and I do believe that's in UK, and anybody can look that up. If you want real news, you got to actually go to another. None of the media. It's just all lies. I mean, all of us pretty much are living in the Truman Show. It's just on steroids when you're targeted.
The media loves to gloat about what they do, and we know that with Satan and the followers of Satan, Satan can only implant thoughts, but he can't hear it. But you can develop technologies that can scan brainwaves and even do implants or even radio transmissions, because it's been released recently through FBI and CIA documents that the body is essentially a liquid crystal, a transceiver. So we are susceptible to information being downloaded, and in many regards, quite possibly, information may be even extracted. Now, I don't know what level they have that technology, or how advanced it is, or the extent of their capabilities, I should say. But there's no doubt that they have this technology, at least to some capacity, and want and are working tirelessly to maximize their efforts and push this technology to its absolute limits.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you are susceptible to this, you say you have ringing in your ears all the time. They say that's a sign of a spiritual transmission that you're essentially being receptive to. You're open, your body and your mind are open to receiving that transmission. And we know from MK Ultra projects that there are frequencies and underlining messages within audio and video that transmit directly to the subconscious without the conscious mind even being aware of it, unless they know what to look for.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's even much worse than that. I mean, what most people are dealing with would give you guys nightmares, and it's given me nightmares. They can actually manipulate your dreams, and I thought that could never happen to me until this is when my targeting first started, when I said to the judge, because I just said to her, I'm afraid of my own government. Last thing I said to that judge, and I walked out, and a black helicopter followed me home. They were just waiting. I had these vehicles following me, and they wanted to make it obvious. And for some reason, and I went home, and I'm telling you, my heart was beating a mile a minute. And I thought, okay, it's caught up with me. It's caught up with me. This is because I did the right thing at my job. This is because I was a whistleblower and I did the right thing. And I said, I thought to myself, okay, and I had protection at the time. I looked through, everybody. I strongly feel that if you are a targeted person and you know how to properly use one, and it's a necessity just for protection. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the Second Amendment. I have no shame about that at all. Believe in the Fourth Amendment. I believe, it's just what I'm seeing. Yeah. So let me get back to that. So I went in my house. My heart was beating a mile a minute, and I really thought that was it. I was going to be killed. But but it didn't. It didn't happen. I mean, I even called up my family member, and I was telling her that I love her and I'll miss her. And she said, "What are you talking about?" I couldn't even tell her. Couldn't even tell the truth. I said, and my heart was beating. I felt like I was having a heart attack. And I said, I'm just going to check my, what's going on with my heart. It's, in case something, I'm going to go to the hospital because my heart, it feels like I'm having a heart attack. I said, don't worry about me. I'm just going to go to the hospital. I just want to, and she said, oh my Lord, call me back when you get back. And here I am, I get off the phone, and I'm combing my house for, thank God, of course, there was nobody there, and again, I didn't know what was happening, and that was what happened. That was May 2024. And it was as if the government said, yeah, you know what, you're onto something, being afraid of us, so, so it's just, I don't know. It's such a surreal feeling because my entire world changed that day. It's like ever since I signed up for the TSA, I mean, it was brand new. People don't remember that the TSA was brand new. The Transportation Security Administration, came out in 2002. And then after that, then it pooped out something called the Department of Homeland Security. Then it pooped out another, another agency that we do not use, that wants to, to control us all. When I got in that job, and again, I needed a job. That was it. That's the only, I didn't know anything. This was an agency that had just started. It was this little baby, government agency. And my mother was like, oh, my mother and father were so proud of me when I got it. And I interviewed like 4 times. Because, and I was like I was interviewing for a supervisor position, and my last boss gave me such good information because I really admired him. I won't say his name, but I very much admired him. He was such a professional. And of course he was in the security field. So he was my boss. I was his assistant account manager for a building, met Trump and everything. This was a, fancy building, big popular building, a lot of lawyers, lease this building. So I got to meet a lot of people, Mitt Romney, Jane Swift, just a lot of people, celebrities. But, his advice was, I said, I can't do this because I was going to school full time. I was doing that job full time. My guards would bang out, leave me I was already doing 1,500 to 2,300. And then, just to really, if they bang out, if there was a Super Bowl or a football game, then I was doing 2,300 to 7 a.m. So it was just, and then I remember, yeah. And then I had to make a 10 a.m. class, and it was just, I was numb. I was just like on autopilot. But I said, I can't do this anymore. I said, this job is, I can't, and I said, do you have any advice for me? And he said, never demote yourself. So when the TSA came up and there was a job opportunity there to work and get government benefits, when I applied for supervisor, and so I learned a lot. I mean, I really learned a lot in that job. Unfortunately, I got an occupational hazard from it, and a lot of people were, and I didn't realize that it was that, I suffered in there. I had a bit of Stockholm syndrome. And it wasn't that I was in love with my captors. It was, I was afraid of my captors, it was just, it was really an intimidating job. But you know what it was like? It was like being in training before being gang stalked, before being stalked, because that's what a lot of my management did. I mean, I wasn't regarding with being a team player with management. They did a lot of unfair stuff to officers, and I didn't think it was right. I was definitely the squeaky wheel. I wasn't a team player when it came to screwing people over or harming people. And that put a huge target on my back. So, but yeah, so I went into the TSA, and, it's just definitely the worst mistake I've ever I've ever done. I was seeing somebody at the time, and I really do believe they broke that up, because when I do the math now that I'm in this slow kill program, that's what it is. It's a slow kill program that you never get out of. I've never met any real TI that has ever gotten out of this program. You get out of this program in a box. It's just, and that's it. And it can really, wear on you,
I bet.
Sorry, go ahead. They also,
I bet.
By the way, too, Tin Man. And my friend Rev knows that and he's really patient with me. They mess with your train of thought, and then they also put thought injections in your mind that are not your own. So they really, they want to make us Manchurian candidates. They want to make us look mentally ill. That's the thing. With me, I mean, they were chasing me to try and do that to me. It's funny because when this was happening, I don't know if I discussed this before, and I apologize for being all over the place. There's just so much to this, and the last 2 years has been a whirlwind of it feels like your life is, no matter what, I would never harm myself. I would never unalive myself in a million years. Now that I know that's what they want, and I would never harm anybody else, but they definitely want to. They want to turn you out. They want to. If you're gay, they want to make you straight. If you're it's just like that. Everything is the reverse. They want to completely, just beat you down so much that you're a blank slate for them. You become a Manchurian candidate, and I'm just so grateful that it only took me 1 year to discover what was happening to me. But that 1 year, they financially strip you. They try to financially strip you because they want you to they want to put you in an institution. They want to make sure that you're painted as mentally ill. That's why the CIA made up that stupid word called gangstalking. It's a goofy word. It makes us sound nuts. I totally fell for it. I didn't know it was happening. I remember I was pulled over because I had a bunch of stalkers, these criminal informants, in their little white and red vehicles. They like to do that a lot with the one headlight. That's how they trigger us. It is a very sick, maniacal game for them. I have heard, this is I've heard this so many places regarding, online and researching what this entails. And one of the things that seems so disgusting and despicable is that I've heard that we are on the dark web. We are on the dark web, and
do elaborate.
I'm sorry?
Do elaborate. You say we're on the dark web.
They watch us. They watch us. They bet on us. It's like Hunger Games. It's like they bet on you. And, are you going to survive this? Are you going to survive this targeting? Are you strong enough? Are you mentally, emotionally, physically strong enough? Because if you're not, I feel like I'm somewhat prepared because I did have so much trauma in my life. And I really do think it's like the GATE program, right? They watch you and, this is a fake world. This world is full of people that are, in these secret societies, and they have been hidden doing so much damage to good people, that don't know what's going on. People that have good souls. You got these conniving people that have made their way up the ladder through nepotism. They don't play fair. And with us, they have to cheat, and get and hit us with weapons of war. Weapons of war, and they're called, and
it's a strategic disadvantage.
Exactly. To keep us at a disadvantage. And here we are at a disadvantage anyway. So they isolate us. They make sure we can't talk with one another or even make a friend with another targeted person, because, I have tried, and I feel at this point, I'm giving it to Yahuwah because I'm giving it to God, because it seems impossible. You guys know how I tried to help that guy out in April of 2025, and he's made my life a living hell. And he had the support of my friends. My friends, I met these two individuals that are out here, they were out on YouTube, and they take people's testimonies. And, when I kicked this guy out in April of 2025, because I was looking for a roommate, and I'll tell this briefly. I was looking for a roommate, April 2025. I didn't know how I was so overwhelmed by what they were doing. And I'll give you a quick example, but please keep, I'll put a pin in that, and please remind me to bring it back to that when, I'll give you an example of how much they screw with you.
Go for it.
So I'm in my house, and I couldn't think of a guy that I used to talk to online. I used to be on this app, and I have to be so careful, right? Because not everybody listening is a friend. That's for sure. I used to be on this social network site, and it was kind of like a global CB network type thing. And I met a lot of people on there, and most of them were in these secret societies, and they were pretty much, they were pretty much agents, and I didn't know that, so, but, so I'm walking around in my house. There was this one guy that I I was on the team. I was on this group, and Rev knows about it. And we were just the truth tellers, right? I think we were called like the Truth Seeker Club or something. And
that would be the there were two.
Don't say it, Rev, because a different world, Rev, different world. Because people will look up everything about you. They will.
Two of the worst places to even to be. Yeah, honestly, worst place ever to be.
Yeah, but it was like 2021. That thing came out, that wasn't safe, I guess it was effective, right? Did a lot of damage, but
COVID.
Yeah, I call it convid, but I
call it corona herpes.
Right. Yeah, I came out I researched that. I was going through Lyme disease at the time. I was pretty much bedridden for the most part. And I was researching it, and I was scared to death because I was, I was in New England, and I was researching it, and I was listening to NPR, guys, because I thought NPR was actual real news. Okay. So I was an NPC. So there is hope for NPCs. And I'm hanging, I thought, National Public Radio was, I didn't know that it was all a lie and psyop. And so they were saying that, Biden was initiating a program where it was door-to-door the door-to-door, jab. And I was like,
Yeah.
wait, what? So I packed up, get out of there, and I moved to another state, so to get away from it. But so one day, so I'm walking around thinking of this guy. I was like, oh man, I really loved hosting these little, virtual podcasts with that guy. What's his name? And I'm talking out loud, right? I was like, oh, what's his name? It's like, and I'm thinking, oh, Brown. I know his last name is Brown. What's his first name? I'm like, oh, forget it. I don't know. And I left the house. I did a bunch of errands. I come back and I'm cleaning, and I do laundry. I start hanging my clothes and I put them in my closet, and it says on the wall, on my closet wall in magic marker, it says his name was Frank.
So somebody broke into your house and wrote that on your closet wall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wasn't there before. His name was Frank. His name was Frank.
Somebody had bugged your house.
This is what they say about when you're targeted. This is the stuff that's the creepiest. It's been, and I know that people have a hard time believing in remote neural monitoring and, V2K, but I'm telling you, is very real. Dream manipulation. I didn't think, I've tried this, Tin Man, over and over again to try to help myself stay in denial and think there can be no possible way that they have the ability to read my mind. But they have proved over and over again that it seems like that's what they can do, and other TIs have said that too, because they are lacing our food, our water, everything just with this
Project Artichoke.
You got it. Yeah. And it's just, we're inundated with it. We're inundated with it, so anyway, that's one example of the creepiness. They would break into my place every time I left. So I got, there was a situation where I was completely set up. I was just trying to go to, drop off my trash, and I was completely set up because they follow us, with the one headlight, and it just seems, and it's all done, right? All this targeting is done through plausible deniability. So these people, literally, the powers that be are training these people to hunt us and work through plausible deniability, and it's just, I'll give you another example. So I haven't been out in a while, okay, because it is stressful because of what happens when I do. Actually, I'll give you real quick, when my house got broken into, I called the state police, and they arrived, and I said to them, because this is at the point I was just like, I don't know if I can even trust police at this point from what I've heard. People are saying that at the time, they were saying that they were the Pied Pipers, and, they pretty much, have sold their soul. And a lot of them are, not all of them, but many of them are in the Blue Illuminati, and they're Freemasons. I mean, anyway. And so I called, and I was completely, the couple of times that I did call the police, and then I figured, oh, wait a second, the way they're handling stuff is so shady. It doesn't feel, it just doesn't feel like something feels wrong about it.
It doesn't feel genuine.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel genuine. But a great example here's another example, because remember, I had so much time on my hands because they did this to me. So all I did was just research, and just did research, just, through just uncensored research. So when my house was broken into, I thought I had such great evidence, and it was just so, just this, they left overnight. I'll tell you about this police call. So overnight, I had talked about this certain woman that was an Eastern Star, and I was kind of bad mouthing her in my house when because I was just like, and again, I didn't realize that my whole house was basically bugged, and here she is, she's a witch's, she's into the occult. She's into one of these, satanic families that, I just was talking about her, and I was just like, oh, you're such a bitch, 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 you're such a bitch, 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 just joking and just trying to get venting to myself. And boy, they had a compound where I lived, the state, they had a huge compound, and I can't say their name. I won't say their last name, but it was almost like they just controlled that state. People just seemed like to fear them, but I didn't get the memo on this woman. So I was just like, oh, thank God, never have to deal with you again, and then the next day, a full gas container was left on my back porch. They had literally, my tree was hit with something. I'll just say it wasn't lightning, and it had blackened the trunk completely. And I mean, this was the only tree that was right next to my bed, right next to my bedroom. So I noticed this big, huge, round black circle on the tree. But they just want you to they want to make you think that, it's not physically capable. They can't, there's no way that they can hit you with these direct, energy weapons, but that's absolute bullshit.
Oh yeah.
And that's the thing, that's a key, it's I don't even know where to start with these police. I've just had so much gaslighting from them. It's been insane, and so I'm going to go back to one of my first experiences, because I'm hoping that this helps someone that's listening and kind of identify if they're feeling like something is off, or, this individual. So I called the state trooper about the gas left out on my back porch. And I certainly didn't mention the tree, because that would have been an instant 5150, I think, for me, if I said something like, do you think it might be direct energy weapons, guys? Or what you thinking? That would be...
That, or they just poured a circle of gas on it and just lit it and let it burn out.
Right. But it was... So I said to him, I told this police officer, the state trooper, I was like, look, here's the gas tank. There it is. It's right there. And I'm telling you how they even mess with you more too. So I was saying, look, it's on my porch. I mean, it's a clear cut. He goes, literally, he says, they must have did it around 3 a.m. or something, or around 3-ish or something. It was in the morning, when I was asleep. And he goes, did you get their license or anything? Did you get their ID or anything? I'm like, what? I was asleep. And you have to be so gentle, I think, with some police. I'm always so gentle with them. I'm just like, no, I didn't, because
I was in bed asleep, bro.
Yeah, I was, no offense to you or your family, but I was asleep, and I didn't. I didn't. If I was awake, and he's just like, yeah, I can't really help you there. I mean, how do you know that? Did you leave it there? No, that's not mine. I don't even own a gas. It was just constant gaslighting, and then he's trying to get out of there as fast as humanly possible. And I said, and he's getting in the vehicle, and he goes, hey, and I was moving, and I was going through something called real estate mobbing, and that's when they basically strip you. They acid strip you. They vandalize your house, and basically so that they can lowball you, so that these secret society groups, they can move in, somebody that just ran you out of there and get it at a cheap price. That's what they were trying to do with my house.
Basically causing damage to the house that lowers the value several $1,000s.
Yep, you got it.
But it's actually maybe only $100 fix.
Yep, and they do it.
Yeah.
It's just constant, and man, it's constant. There's another individual going through this, and I didn't even know it was called real estate mobbing. And I won't say her name or her YouTube. I'm currently in a smear campaign from her, but you know, it's it really is surreal. But this statey was walking towards his car, and I had this moving pod, right? I had one of those pods, and big giant pod, and I was trying to get my stuff in there to get the hell out of Dodge. And then this was my dream home too. This was my dream house. This was an amazing, cute neighborhood surrounded by nature. I had acres and acres in the back, you know, that I was able to utilize for privacy. I mean, it was just such a dream, you know.
And
but
then
it,
you
it's
get run
really,
it,
I'm sorry.
and then you're forced to
I
you're
was
run out.
forced-
You're forced to leave.
I was forced to leave. I mean, I don't even think I would have survived this winter, this winter that we had there. I mean, I was in such a panic just to get out of there. But so the state trooper goes, "Hey, I got a question for you." I said, "Sure." And I said, "Are you going to make a police report, please?" I mean, because he goes, "Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely. Done." He goes, "Why isn't your pod? Why don't you have anything in your pod yet? You said you're moving, right?" I was kind of like, he said, you now remember, move to a town where there's a police station, okay? That's what you need to do. He said, "But why isn't there anything in it?" And you know what I said to him?
True.
How do you know?
That is a good question. I mean, unless the pod was open,
No.
how the hell would you know?
Nope. And here, this guy came from 18 miles away. That was that was our state. The only law enforcement that town had was covered by the state police that was 18 miles away. And I said to him, he was a young cop, a young statey, and I said, he was so caught off guard by my question. I said, "Excuse, how did you know?" It was closed up. There's no way he could have known I had nothing in there. And he looks at me like panic, right? "Oh, I just kind of figured, okay, well, I'm gonna go. Okay, thank you for," and he was out of there. And you know what I said at that point?
He got caught up in his shit.
He did. And I just said, "God is watching." That's all I said as he drove off. I said, "God is watching." You know, so that was that incident. And I had enough incidents like that. Then I had another incident of a state police officer that I called for, certain situation that was happening because of this overt stalking situation. And she gets there and she's like, "Well," and she instant gaslighting. She says, "So let me get this." And I was literally being, quote unquote, whatever, gang stalked, right? They were literally driving by, rubbing their little nose at her. You know, I mean, that's how brazen it is. And she's scratching her head, right? These are all little, they normalize. What they do is they give you they do these signs to one another. And it's just, and I don't know what the signs mean, but they do some tactics with us that, they'll scratch the gangs. What's another word for gang stalker? Because I just hate that word. So these morally bankrupt informants that have sold their soul to the devil, they will just, they're puppets, right? I call them puppets for Satan, right? They're Satan's puppets, and so, they'll rub their nose, vigorously, or they'll scratch their head. Or another one is, they'll cough near you.
A fake coughing, yeah.
And it's just, this is some of the stuff they do. And the one headlight is big too. So, but when she's like, so she instantly was gaslighting me. Hopefully I didn't tell you this story last time in the, when you were interviewing.
If you did, it's no problem. It's always good to recap.
Okay.
I do have a question. You're citing red, white vehicles, one headlight out. Are these different vehicles with the same features, or are these the same exact vehicle?
That's a great question. But could you bring me back to that? Because because I have they do some damage to our bodies, and they do stuff that I would never think in a million years that they could do. And it is and again, I just won't go there because it really is definitely uncomfortable to talk about. So I won't go there. But I mean, it is surreal.
Which direction you went, hon?
With the officer, the statey that arrived, so she was saying instantly, she was gaslighting me. She was like, I said, they're, these people are following me. She's like, well, they're following you. Well, why do you, she's itching her nose. They're driving by her in the white vehicle, red vehicle. And she's going, she's coughing. I'm like, I'm getting perked out by the statey. And I'm trying to file a report here and get help. And talking to somebody who obviously is a Freemason. Whether it's, even though she was a female, I don't know, Eastern Star, I don't know. Just, I call it somebody that sold their soul to the devil for a paycheck. And
I don't know if there are any female Freemasons. There might be a wife of a Freemason.
Maybe an Eastern Star or something. She was definitely a part of it. She was definitely a part of this technically, right, the gang stalking stuff. So she says to me, well, what makes you so special? Well, why would they be doing this to you? So, and so I'm just, I didn't want to say what I was thinking. So she said, I said, this is really happening. I said, people are, I was researching it, right? So I'm just like, this is really happening. I mean, people are getting hit by direct energy weapons. And she looks up at me, and it was like, I think she thought it was Christmas, because she said to me, I'll never forget it. She looked up at me real coyly, right? Real coy. And it was like, had her hand right around her cuffs. And she goes, do you think that's happening to you? And I said, no, I don't. I said, but you know what? She said, did you think it's real? I said, well, Jean Shaheen thinks it's real. Senator, I think she was a senator or governor at the time, Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire. I said, she thinks it's real. She just passed a bill banning, in 2021 with Marco Rubio, banning direct energy weapons to be used on
civilians.
And anybody can look that up. And I might have it off a little bit, the wording, but she just looked at me and she didn't know what to say. With that, I actually knew that she didn't know what to say. And she said, well, but why? She's like, why do you think this is happening? Who did you piss off? And I felt like saying, Uncle Sam, because he's kind of the stalker from hell. Okay. Because he holds a nasty grudge and he never forgets. That's what I wanted to say. But I said, I was so in the middle. Was just beginning. So I said, and I didn't have any reason to think that she was in on it. I've always, when I was a young girl, when I was a little, I always wanted to be a police officer. Not now, definitely not now. But
you don't want to be a part of an organization that makes you sell your soul.
No, certainly not. And she goes, why? And I said, well, and it was kind of like I was brainstorming with her. And I said, well, do you think do you think it's because I was a whistleblower against the Department of Homeland Security? Silence. She's like, you know what? I think we're all set. Set. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because they can't do anything against the Whistleblower Protection Act.
Well, unfortunately, that's kind of a joke. It's really non-existent. I know that it was established in 2002 by George W. Bush. He implemented that, but it was all just smoke and mirrors. Basically, all that was to gather the names of the people that
were willing to speak.
I'm sorry?
Basically, get a kill list of everybody willing to speak.
Bingo.
Yeah. But thankfully, for the lower levels, like the local PD of what you've been dealing with, they're not that high up on the chain. So they're familiar with the Whistleblower Protection Act at face value. So a lot of these people, even if they are gang stalking, aren't that read in as opposed to higher ups. So that's probably what got you off the hook there.
True, you got it.
I want to throw in there real quick that they've used the DWs during the Ferguson fiasco years ago when Michael Brown was shot and killed.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, sonic nausea systems. I mean, there's quite quite a few of them, and you can buy them domestically. You can go on eBay and get a sonic nausea system for like $10.
Could you repeat that again? What is it?
A device called the sonic nausea system. It's probably like yay big, about the size of a quarter maybe, and it hooks up to a double D battery.
Yeah.
And basically anybody within the vicinity, it emits a sonic frequency that induces extreme nausea.
Yeah,
it's for crowd disbursement.
Ooh,
but you can get little mini ones.
Oh yeah,
for like $10.
They use. I'm sorry, Tim, man. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine, sweetie.
You know, they'll use a lot of evil stuff in those for crowd control. They experiment on us because it's not. You know, it's actually not even illegal. You know, it's not even illegal to experiment on us as humans. I mean, and this is, again, you know, I don't want to get into it. It's too much, but this is so much darker than people know. It's so much more disturbing than people know, you know, and the more and more you go into it, then you start to lose other TIs and they think, oh, you're talking about that creature stuff and demons and reptilians, and oh, you're really making us all look bad. And this is just people that have been hired. They're just criminal informants. They're just these secret society sleeper cells. And I just think it's more darker. You know, I've experienced. I've looked into these people's eyes. I'm telling you, I've looked into these people's eyes, and you know, they're just. It's almost like it is so. It's as if they are in a trance. I will give you one more example. I think I cut myself off, but I was please tell me if I already said this too tonight, because again, my memory. I had, so I went out. I was so excited to go out with I'll just say some friends. And I went to this really nice restaurant. I don't even usually do that, but it was, you know, I hadn't seen them in a while, and you know, and it was just a celebration dinner for, you know, being able to sell my house, because it was such a miracle, you know, because when you're involved in real estate mobbing and it's happening to you, you usually cannot sell your house. I mean, it was so painful for me to be at the house and just know that, you know, when you have a different pair of eyes, when you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, it's a new world when you are being targeted, because these people glow. These perpetrators glow. They use the same tactics that glow with us, but with normies and bots and NPCs. It slides right under the radar with people that are not going through this. But all these people showed up at my house time and time again. White car, and then the red car, white car. Then they had their, you know, wearing red. You know, red is a big color that they use to, you know, bright red is, you know, they want us to.
They want to stick out.
Sorry?
They want to stick out. They want to grab your attention.
Exactly. And it's to traumatize us. That's what it is. It's to traumatize us to the color red. Or, you know, sometimes they'll use lime green. You know, sometimes they'll use a color. You're thinking in your head, man, I hate that goddamn lime green. Anything you hate, suddenly it's multiplied 100 times. You know, this program is they are so petty with trying to make you go insane and drive you crazy. You know, but you know, I feel like that my time at the DHS helped me out because I was so targeted. So, you know, I had such a target on my back, especially when I came back from cancer treatment. I had such a target on my back. It was just so obvious. You know, my officers, and I know people are triggered by that. I'm sorry. I'm going to respect them and say TSA officers. My officers was so they felt bad for me. You know, one of my officers actually said, and I don't want to swear because he swore though, but I got.
Rubber got a call. Carry on.
I think I was respected by a lot of my officers because they saw how much I stuck up for them and how much I disliked management because management was so unfair. They treated us. I mean, it was just, they treated us like shit. You know, they were so demeaning to us, you know, and they loved it. They got off on it. They were sadistic. And I want to say this is my only my experience as a TSA supervisor, my experience, but man, I mean, they really just beat us down. It was just, I learned that, that SOP, standard operational procedures, by heart. I was only 30. I was around 30 when I started as a TSA supervisor. And, I liked making people laugh. I was going to be a social worker because I wanted to drop the police officer stuff. I saw what they had to do. Some of them had to sell their soul. I didn't want to do that, and it was just, and at the job, there was a quote that I always used to use at that job. And it was, and I used to sing it like just as a joke when they would try to set me up, and I caught it and I was able to, just catch it and not, not get caught in a setup by my management. And I would say, and then now I look back on it, Tin Man, and I know that all my officers were planted there to watch me. I didn't realize that at the time. They were pretty much all the dinosaurs. One of them was her husband was shot and killed. He was in the mafia, and her husband was killed with her son. And she was one of my officers. She had some great stories, by the way. And because her husband was in the Italian mafia. But yeah, I mean, it was just constant. And I would say, when I would get out of one of their setups, I would say, remember, I was 30 years old, so I had a lot of spit and vinegar. So I'd go, damned if I do, and damned if I don't, because it was just
nice.
Anything I did, and I had to care. I had a sense of humor. I still had my sense of humor. So they hated it too, because I tried not to let them bother me. But here's another thing.
So you broke their pride, sued them.
And I didn't even know that. I had one of my co-supervisors. I remember being, coming down from building 11, and the officers, the screeners would joke around because most of the management was in building 11, and they called it Nazi headquarters. And I just thought that was a joke, but they were very, it was a scary place, so they called this building 11. And I worked there after I came back from cancer treatment because I didn't want to go near the radiation. And of course, my management wanted to put me in the L3 machine and shut the door and turn it on high. I was evidence, and they wanted to kill me. Basically, that's what I felt. I felt like I had a huge target in my back, and I felt like especially when I came back from cancer treatment, I thought, man, I think that I think they possibly want to kill me, and I remember they set me up with something, and it was something, I think it was anyway, what they do is, it's like a game of Hunger Games, right? Because when they can't get you, they get your officers to hate your guts. They try to get your officers against you. My last day was it is etched in my mind, but I'll give you two examples of this. So they couldn't get me on anything. I knew the standard operational procedures by heart. And I think even the officers that were, being paid extra or whatever, if they were Freemasons, Eastern Stars, or, into the occult, or whatever it was. But when I look back,
bonds easily paid off.
Exactly. When I look back at them now, I'm thinking, oh man, I think that was a complete setup. I'll give you another example. When I came back, one of my lead, it goes screener, lead, supervisor, right? They had that stupid hierarchy stuff. And I never even wanted to be a supervisor. I went in there thinking, okay, I'm going to be the boss I've always wanted. So I came back from treatment, cancer treatment. I said to my lead, he had his feet up at the x-ray. And I said, and his name was Mark. And I said, Mark, could you do me a favor and just get your, could you just get your feet away from the radiation? And it really looks unprofessional, Mark. And he looks at me and he goes, don't make your cancer problem all of our cancer problem. I'm like, what?
Wow.
Yeah. Don't make that our issue. I thought that was rather cold, and now I know. Oh, you were just a gang-stalking veteran, and you were just a gang-stalking Freemason veteran. Oh, that sold his soul to Lucifer. See, now I know. Now I know. And again, that's, this is just my opinion. And again, it's not all veterans. It's definitely not all veterans that are in this, this huge, actually worldwide gang stalking program, but there's a lot of them. I can tell you,
you've identified the players.
Most of my stalkers in the beginning, I took pictures. I was constantly taking pictures of they would have the Freemason sticker, and I take pictures and I get the license plate, and, I don't do that anymore. It's just, I feel like we're so in trouble. And, here, I'll give you another example that, regarding the SOP. So they wanted to write me up so bad. And I came into my checkpoint, and my manager was there, and he said, "We got a problem." And I said, "What is it?" And they're like, "You're missing your SOP." I'm like, "Wait a second, I locked up that SOP." No. He opens the cabinet, it's not there. And I just look at him, I go, "You're setting me up, aren't you?" He said, "That's one hell of an accusation you're making. Can you prove it?" I said, "Okay, what next, Marty? What do you want to do next? What do we do now, Marty? Do you want to write me up now?" I said, "I locked that. I put that SOP in there and I locked it. I know I locked it before I left and I closed the gate. I know I did." And he goes, "Well, it's missing." So, and I said, so, and as an example, for some reason, he had, I don't know why this happened, but on my behalf, right, they had to put this in there. Since I was giving him such a hard time about the SOP and saying that there's no way it could have been me, because it wasn't me. I know exactly that I put it in there. I knew that they were trying to set me up and everything. So I always did this trust but verify. I always, trust but verify everything I was doing there, and they wrote up every supervisor because of me, and they let him know it was because of me. And I was like, "Oh, hey, well played, Marty. Well played. You got them all to hate me. You got them all to hate me." And here's another thing they tried. This was on my last day there. And I had a co-supervisor too that I'm telling you, they messed with him. They messed with him so severely that, he was such a badass. We were such a great team, and he got a doctor that, I'm sure it was a coincidence, but he ended up with brain damage. Now he's like a 12-year-old mentality.
Oh, damn.
And he's around my age, and a lot of people, and then I look at, I just, some of these doctors, I hate to say it, some doctors are on the payroll, these intelligence agencies. I can tell you some things that happen in my body that are odd, that doesn't, vibration. And it's all where I had surgery. I had a situation with my, a certain, my ankle. I was going to say a certain body part, but then that sounds sketchy. My ankle, it vibrates ever since I had when a podiatrist put in a needle there, give me a nerve block, damaged my feet. It was like the worst pain I've ever experienced in my life. I almost blacked out with this doctor, and he was smiling. He was like, "Oh, I said, what was that? Oh my, that was so painful." And this doctor says, I said, "Was that the cortisone shot?" He said, "No." He said, I just numbed your ankle. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes to give you that shot. Okay? Hang tight. I'm like, "Oh no." So it was just, oh my Lord. It's just, and then, he had his surgery. He went out because they were targeting him at work. He went out because he was a good guy. I mean, he was, he helped out, the officers just like me. We were always trying to help, the officers. We were, so, and he went out for brain, surgery. He had seizures. He went out for surgery to just stop his seizures, and he ended up with, 11-year-old mentality, brain damage, so he was my co-supervisor, so I had another co-supervisor who died in her sleep. She was only in her 50s. I started out with her. She got cancer first. Then I got cancer. It's just, yeah. The other example.
So all this happens, and
yeah,
you have your lawsuit. You have the medical experience. These things happen with your coworkers. you leave the TSA and you have spent the past few years being stalked and harassed. You cite the vehicles fitting specific patterns, missing headlight, red or white. You're taking down license plates. You're encountering numerous amounts of people in varying areas. Would you say you've had repeat encounters with many of the same people, or maybe have seen the same vehicle?
Yes.
Time and time again?
I'll give you an example that happened just today with that. At the restaurant. So when I went out to that restaurant, and I'm not used to fancy places, fancy restaurants and stuff. This was very very fancy, and I didn't choose it. The people I was with chose it, and it was empty, completely empty. Big restaurant, completely empty. And
well, it is a Monday.
Yeah, no, this was the other day.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't today. I'm sorry, I was mistaken.
No, this was Sunday. I think it was Sunday.
Okay, so Saturday. It probably should have been packed.
Yeah, so it was empty, and so it was really weird. The waitress sat us right in the middle of the restaurant, and before you get targeted, they watch you, they learn, they try to know you better than you know yourself. That's why it's so important in this slow kill program that you know yourself, because so many people are going to say, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're awful, you're that. It's just, again, I'm dealing with a smear campaign right now on many levels that's out of this world. It is just, I've never even been in this kind of smear campaign, and it's from other individuals that are targeted. And
I'd like to get into that in a little bit here. But go ahead and finish.
The one story I wish I hope I can't jump around. It's just because I'm not that sharp 30-year-old that I used to be.
Well, that's why I stepped back and let you have your say, and then we did that. I gave us a little bit of a timetable and caught us up.
Sure, I'll tell you the restaurant situation. So we sat in the middle. They sat us in the middle, of this restaurant, and that makes me talk to any person that's on this slow kill list. That's the last place you want to be, is in the middle of the restaurant and just on display, sitting duck, and so here I am with normies, right? I'm with normies that are like, they're, and I know, oh man,
they don't think anything of it.
No, they don't think anything of it. And I might have to clear my throat because my throat is getting. Hold on one second. I gotta clear my throat. I don't want to. Hold on one second.
Yeah, definitely. When you're doing podcasts or interviews, definitely keep some water on hand. That's what I do. Like, you see me drinking water all the time.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. Water. So they try to target us through plausible deniability, like I was mentioning before. So when we were in the middle of the restaurant, grab some water here.
Okay.
And I was like, oh no, not the middle. Wait, and this, by the way, this only happens to my voice when something is important. Hold on one second. People don't realize too, with all this technology in your biofield and all the stuff that Sabrina Wallace talks about, how much they control you, how much they can control your body, just every part of your body. And I'll be laying in bed and I'll just get, just a violent jerk. My leg will violently jerk before I go to sleep, right when I'm drifting off. And that happens all the time. And
wake you right up.
Yeah. And it's just a thing they can do, so, anyway, so we're in the middle of the restaurant and this couple walks in and they look, very uppity, very well-to-do. And they have their daughter, and she's pale, she's thin, pale, looks miserable. And the waitress sits her right, they sit this family right in back of me. So the daughter gets her cell phone out and she points it, and I'm in back. So she's pointing this at the back of my head, and she's like directing it, just pointing it. And she looks like she's in a trance. and she's pointing, she's so intently because I look back a little bit and she was in a trance. She was just, it looked like, she was ready to take a picture of my head. So anybody knows that, I've watched the situation, so with these cell phones and people can say this is a conspiracy theory, but I see what they do with these phones. I believe that these phones I believe they're modified. And I don't know if they're like psychotronic weapons but I do believe they're modified. So they are, Sabrina Wallace says they're hitting us with diseases in these phones. They have the ability to, they are experimenting on us. Sabrina Wallace can explain it so much better, but it is eerie. It is eerie. So she was pointing this phone at my head, and I looked at her and I gave her the dirtiest look possible, but I think she was used to that because she was just in a trance doing it. And I was like, I looked at my normie friends and I said, do you guys mind if we move? Can I just? And of course, right there, like it's a big deal, right? They're like, oh, move, or are you? What's? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I was like, and I wish I could have thought of things, at the moment. I was just like, I don't feel, and I said it out loud. I was like, I just don't feel comfortable with someone pointing their cell phone directly at my head. And then she looks at me, blank stare, right? And she's holding it. And of course, her parents are, looking at me like I'm the crazy person, right? Because that's what they do. And this is, remember, they've gone this training through the plausible deniability. And I think they're told from what I'm experiencing from these things, from these people or whatever, that they have learned, how to do this through plausible deniability. So I try to give it right back to them through plausible deniability without telling my normie buddies what's going on. And I said, yeah, I just do ultra normie, right? I do the Karen. I pull a Karen. I just don't feel comfortable with the phone, and so I made kind of a, because again, they want you to look crazy, right? Now remember, this restaurant is filling up. Okay. It's filling up, starting to fill up. People are coming in, right? They got the memo. So I said, yeah, do you want to move? I switched out with my friend and I sat there and I looked at her and she's looking at me. She's got her phone pointed at me. And she's like, this 16-year-old snot, just no expressions, right? No micro expressions at all, just dead.
That's weird for a teenager. Teenagers
You're right.
are very expressive,
So
very animated.
Sorry?
Teenagers are very expressive, very animated, very emotional.
No,
so for you virtually no reaction out of
no reaction. She was lifeless.
That is
and she kind of acted annoyed when I said, no, I don't want a cell phone pointed at me. She kind of acted annoyed, right? That's the game, right? They act mad at us and they act like we're crazy, right? So I pointed, I just was pretending. I did the same exact thing and I was pointing my phone at her and pretending I was on it, and she didn't particularly care for that much. So she put her phone down. But I'm pretty, people should, I've heard that this is possibly, we might be dealing with, and I get it. I know it sounds insane and crazy. And that's why they're doing these things and coughing around us, and one headlight and certain cars with temp plates and temporary plates is one out of state plates. And I'll tell you what they did to me today, because I was very impressed with this one, right? Because what I do is I try to just ignore them. When you met me a year ago, I was just a mess when this was happening. I was just, 4-hour interview that I didn't even know was about to happen. And thought I was going on there just to kind of talk about this quote unquote gang stalking stuff. But now it's just like, oh, is that what it is? Oh, it's people that are, I got it. So it's these, trying to set us up, morally bankrupt, whatever
pieces
they are. Pieces of shit trying to just set us up, trying to make us look crazy, so I got very lucky by kind of just learning by a lot of people's mistakes in the targeted community. And I say that lightly because there is no targeted community out there on YouTube. There's only clicks. We have TI gatekeepers that look for dissent, even from other real TIs. And they just, if you don't play along and kiss the ring, then, you're pretty much blacklisted in their circle, in their clique.
Okay.
So,
Why don't you go ahead and dive into that?
you want to say something, Grim? I know that Grim wants to.
Go,
sorry.
Yeah, Robin, you've been quiet this whole time. Go for it, bro.
I don't think they're cliques. I think it's more like the old term clickbaiters. I mean, it can be any kind of clickbaiter, even in the TI community, or there was never really one, but it's just overgrown children in adult diapers just clickbaiting, that kind of shit,
Yeah, well, it's just when I first got out on YouTube and I was discovering that this was actually happening to me, and I had that whole terminology. What is gang stalking? It's just they give you that stupid gang stalking word. But I didn't realize that there really is no TI community. There's no targeted individual community out there. You have so many people like myself that are so bruised and beaten and by this evil slow kill program, this domestic terrorism, that we are so beaten down. We don't trust anybody. I mean, look at the guy I trusted in April 2025. I mean, when my house was getting broken into and all that stuff was happening, and I didn't want to be out in the woods alone, even though I had protection, but and I took a chance with him, and it was just been a nightmare. It was like almost every day I saw this guy on YouTube just having his own channel, building his channel on me. I was the discussion, making fun of me, doxing my real name, it's just, saying vicious things about me, just holding up a picture of me. 1 year, this is over 1 year. This is, I'll digress a little bit. This is the same person that, my friends of 1 year, they call themselves followers of Christ, but, they take people's testimonies. I do believe they're targeted as well, but, they got a big voice out here. They know a lot of people out here, and your whole world changes when you get into this program, when it becomes overt, it just becomes, it becomes very small, your world. So they know, unfortunately, these TI gatekeepers know that take the testimonies, they're vicious, they're vindictive. And I sincerely never thought, again, so I was friends with two of them, and I'll touch base on this, and they're always saying that they're followers of Christ and everything. So I became friends with them. We talked, we had a mutual friendship. When we had a falling out, I was suddenly a charity case to them. And then I was suddenly, they branded me a perpetrator, a perp, a government provocateur, an undercover federal agent, an agent of chaos, a narcissist, wow. And that's how I was, canceled in the TI community. The cliques.
That's really interesting, considering you kind of are a recluse, and narcissists are very outgoing attention seekers.
Yeah, but you know what it is? They're so attracted by the fixers, and I was a fixer, and I say that with all humility. I mean, the DHS trained me to be a fixer, to fix people's problems. I was fixing my office's problems, constantly, and I really loved it. That was the most rewarding part of the job, was just undoing the damage that the management had done to that particular officer. One officer, they denied kidney treatment, based on expired paperwork. And then I had to battle this guy that could have made me a blood stain on a carpet. He was my first boss, and then he ended up being in HR. He was a bigwig in HR, but he was a very intimidating guy. I wouldn't want his job because it was very cutthroat. You had to have zero empathy, and he was perfect for the job. And I really just remember I was in my 30s, so I really just could not stand him. I just thought, it just felt in his presence. It felt evil when I was in the same room as him. It just felt like such, some people have that aura about them, but he really thoroughly enjoyed his job. And I took him on a couple of times and went to bat for my officers. And I think, I paid for it at my job, and I'm paying for it now. But let me say just this, I never had a lawsuit. There's against the DHS. It was never a lawsuit. It was, it was basically bringing stuff forward that, it was basically kind of, I don't know, more so like an EEO, it was just, my name, I remember seeing my attorney with the paperwork, and it said my name, and it said blank blank versus Janet Napolitano. And I was just like, how is this my life? How did I get here? Just because I'm trying to be on the right side of history and I don't want to do what they're asking me to do because it may harm officers, because I've been harmed, and you guys got me right back from cancer treatment, and you want me to put other officers in jeopardy. I'm not going to do that. And it just, that was it. I mean, I didn't even realize when I went up against them like that. I mean, I went up against them just be like, look, I don't want to put anybody in harm's way, and that was just this threat to them. I became a huge problem, and
so you were labeled a huge problem and had to be getting rid of. And now that they've gotten rid of you, the backlash that you gave them, they're just trying to even the score for the rest of your life.
Exactly. It's funny. I said, when I was, I had a lot of friends before this, and especially in my, 20s and 30s but I had, as I got older, in my, early 40s, late 30s, I had my own friends. I had a very small circle, and I was happy with that circle. And I look back at that little tiny circle and I think, oh man, I really do think now, you question everything. You question if they were really your friends. And I know that after they broke up my relationship in, when I think it was in 2004, 2005, it was like honeypot after honeypot after honeypot. They set me up with people that were in the program. It's called honeypots. People that, are you familiar with honeypots?
Honeypots have been a very popular term, especially the past year. People like Alex Jones and Candace Owens are very vocal about honeypots and how they try to lure you in and get you to sell your soul.
Yep.
Basically. Or compromise.
Compromise is another, and just basically sets you up, just feed you to the wolves time and time and time again. And then they're not around. And then you're constantly like, well, you weren't there again. And that was pretty bad that happened. I'll tell you, the last honeypot, one of the last honeypots they set me up with, I had just been diagnosed with breast cancer, and I gave them a call and I let them know. And, I was pretty devastated. I was in my, and I left a message and they never called me back. And so I went through, they just, it's just the psychology, is that they just want to break you and make you miserable and make you feel like you're worthless and you're nothing. And, and if you drink or something in this program, or you do drugs and they know it, and they just shame you. Can you imagine it? You're
everything is a weapon.
Yeah, exactly. They normalize they normalize, they just weaponize the normal. Everyday things have been, red cars and white cars. Now that's weaponized. They bright me when I'm on the highway. They use brighters in the middle of the day. And, and they're always leaving their vehicle on, the brighters are on. And they're always trying to get across from me. If I'm in a parking lot shopping, they'll go, they want to be facing me with their brighters on. And I can tell you so many times I went up to these vehicles, and no one was in them. And that has happened to other people that are in this slow kill program. And we pretty much are thinking, out loud to each other, hey, that's probably, possible psychotronic weapons of some sort, or direct energy or something that they're hitting us with. This stuff, It's like when it hits you, you really, because there's so many people that are being targeted now that don't know it, because it's like a pinprick. I'll be sitting in my bedroom and, reading, and I'll be like, my God, and it would be my big toe will just suddenly get a real bad pinch, that happens, I just thought, man, when that started happening.
Frequent.
Yeah, sorry?
It's a frequent occurrence.
Yes. And I just thought, man, I'm getting old. I am getting old. Maybe it's the neuropathy. That's a new feeling. That's a new awful feeling. but it's just something. And then I was like, when I started to research this program, and then you hear about other people and what they're doing, and with these weapons of war pointed at us, it seems so surreal that if you told somebody,
they think you're crazy.
Exactly. God forbid you tell law enforcement. That won't go over.
Here's the thing.
It won't go over well.
You hear how many years now have we heard people complaining about the issues with 5G? Birds dropping out of the sky when they get near these towers, the new technology and frequencies that they emit, sorry, not admit, emit, and the impact that it can have on the human body.
Absolutely.
And now they want to roll out 6G. We just got 5G, and all of a sudden they want to roll out 6G. It costs millions of dollars to upgrade all these towers.
Yeah.
And now they want to upgrade to a 6G when we've already had issues with, and nothing's been resolved with 5G. We talked earlier about Operation Artichoke, and we now know that the energy is a liquid crystal that pretty much emits is a transceiver. So it's not just a group of assholes just fucking with you. It's the technology that they've been test running on people like yourself, and have now, just in the past few years, been rolling it out for everybody to enjoy, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
You guys were the guinea pigs. You were the human trials.
Yep.
And now it's being rolled out on all of us.
Exactly.
All over the world.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And then there's people, I'll just call them gang stalkers. Okay. I mean, basically some people,
if the shoe fits, right?
Sorry?
If the shoe fits, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'll call it, it's easier to say gang stalking than, cause stalking or cult stalking. It's pretty much cult stalking, right? I mean, those women those women that came after me were in a cult. They let me know they worship Lucifer. When I tried to basically get away from them, and they started to stalk me, and then that's when my targeting became overt. But I mean, there's a individual, I won't say his name. He was part of slandering me too. But that he took, I was friends with them, when I, first became overtly stalked, and he was this, this guy who had been in the military for 30 years and in the Navy. And I mean, they're torturing him. They're torturing him. I mean, from when I would be on the phone with him and he was venting about his injuries sustained from these DEWs, he would show me pictures. And he would show me pictures. One picture he showed me of his chest, and it was pretty much one, old before and after pic. And they were literally hitting one of his pics where it's just deformed. They had like just taken off the nipple. They were having a ball with him, and here he is in his house suffering and getting gang stalked. Getting all these little criminal informants getting paid off with $25 gift cards, and to taunt him and torture him and keep bothering him and try to drive him crazy, because what they want is these little snitches, right, to be around and snitch that it's you, not them. That's why these cowardly monsters come in groups to stalk us. They can't take us on alone, without a weapon of war pointed at us, because, from what I see with this community, what I see with this community from, so just listening and, from the interviews and stuff, I mean, there is a bunch of badasses in this community. I mean, they did not pick weak people. And I can honestly say, and I hopefully don't sound cocky here, but I am not a weak person. I'm not.
I do want to get into that in a moment.
Sure.
But I do want to backtrack. Something you said earlier. It's a very cult-like mentality, and a lot of these people are involved in organizations, whether it be Freemasonry, Satanism, witchcraft, whatever. A few years ago, Reverend, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it the Church of Scientology that had quite a few defectors, and they were being gang stalked by the church?
They had a few defectors going back in the 60s, because
No, but wasn't this also a recent thing? Like, I know South Park did a spoof on it because it was a real big thing that was happening. Like when Anonymous went after Scientology, and then there was, if correct me if I'm wrong, a fairly decent amount of people who wound up defecting or coming out and speaking out against the things that were going on in Scientology, and they were reporting what Gatekeeper is saying here now, that they'd be stalking her and doing all kinds of things. There were even some instances where some of those people that were being gang stalked were almost run over, reportedly, by their perpetrators.
Yeah,
so this isn't
they hire
thing.
They hire PIs and they spend about $10,000 a day on PIs. And
what is the PI acronym again? I actually like that better than TI.
Private investigator.
Oh, PI, because there was a survivor. I like this, survivor too. I mean, I don't like being targeted, but go ahead, Grim. Sorry.
But they went after people that have left. Like Paul Haggis, who's a film director. They went after Jason Begay, who's an actor. He's on Chicago PD. He was admitted in an interview that they have only under 9,000 members.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now from what I'm looking from what I recently found out, it's under 8,200 people.
Well, I can't imagine it's too big. I mean, the compound in the Hemet St. Central region, near the Golden Era Studios that they built, it's a fairly large compound, but I don't know that it would really adequately house several thousand people. I mean, you probably have compounds like that across the nation that could probably, in total, have that many members in their church. And
they have only 8,200 people now. Why so much real estate?
Well, I mean, like the Golden Era Studios with the Church of Scientology. I mean, you look that place up; the compound is huge.
I seen that. I seen that with my son when we went to
from the Lambs Canyon exit all the way down to State Street.
Yeah,
Gilman Springs Highway, just the entire area from Lambs Canyon to State Street.
If you know the blue building that they own now, that was a backdrop for one of the shorts of the Three Stooges.
Yeah. But Gatekeeper, you were talking about some of the victims of people who are victims of gang stalking. I would say, targeted individuals.
Survivors, right? That are still going through this. That's what I'd rather be called, the survivors in the war, still doing it, still dealing with this crap. Yep.
Okay, so you said you had some experience with that, some of those, good and bad. Tell us a little bit about that, and then let's segue into how you are handling that and what advice you would give to individuals in your position and how to handle that and prospectively overcome these attacks. But starting out with your experience with other individuals like yourself, both good and bad.
Yeah, I really thought that when I became overt, I just thought, okay, well, and when I started to figure out, this is, the gang, that word gang stalking, and this was really happening. And I was just like, all right, I was a fixer at work. So I'm like, okay, I kind of have the mindset of everything. There's hope anywhere. There's hope.
Naturally.
And, especially when you're walking close to God, and I have I have unwavering faith in God, like I said before. And, I was thinking, okay, I was like, all right, all I need to do, I'm thinking, all right, I need to find other people that are going through this. Okay. I'm just going to go on Facebook and check out these support groups. And all right, okay. Now I'm not going to panic. I'm sure there's other people going through this whole gang stalking thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these support groups. And so I started, and then of course, I met people that, take testimonies of individuals like myself, and, I befriended them. We were friends again, like I said, for a year. And, and I thought, okay, I think we just got to unite. That's all we got to do. And, it's as easy as just kind of, just finding somebody, vetting them, do you get along? Do you, talk to them, see if this is, maybe find a roommate or somebody else that's going through this that has your back. And I really thought that I was just very naive. I really thought that was possible, because I just had no clue how infiltrated this is. It's infiltrated online. I mean, they will have bots on your live stream that you think are real people, or you'll think you're talking to a real TI, and it'll be one of these scumbag dirtbags that are, one of these, puppets of Satan that are just trying to, crack your psyche too, I mean, in the beginning,
keep you isolated and keep you discouraged.
Keep you scared, keep you in fear. They'll say, when I first started my live. Sorry?
Oh, Reverend pointed out we've got 23 views on Rumble. Pretty good.
All right.
Given what time this is actually pretty good.
I wouldn't know, because I don't have I don't have Rumble.
This is a very, again, viewer discretion be advised.
But it is a very prevalent topic, and a lot of people did resonate with it. And I do want to point this out. Even after our last interview, we were continuing to get clicks and likes and comments like nobody's business. I would probably say it's the most popular video we've had in recent years.
Wow.
Was the interview that we had with you. So
isn't that's
yeah.
So it actually broke a record.
Yeah.
And I would definitely go out on a limb and say, based on those numbers, there are quite a few people out there who are looking for a community, but they keep running into these bots.
Right. And not just the bots, right? And not just the infiltration, because it's heavy infiltration. But, I mean, even myself, when I met these individuals, right? And I know that, trust me, I even feel like they're going to come after me more now. But, I just, at this point, it's just, I never even knew about gang stalking TIs. I mean, there are actual people, the TIs out there, some, not all, definitely not all. But there are just this few rotten apples. And unfortunately, they have 7,000, over 7,000 subscribers. And of course, most of their subscribers are, bots and perps. I have over 1,000 on my YouTube, but it's such a joke. I know that it's mostly bots and perps, and, maybe an occasional, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, if I'm lucky, 4 other TIs but then they hear about you through these gatekeepers, and they stay away from you because, the gatekeepers, the targeted individual gatekeepers out here with over 7,000 subscribers, it's almost like it's, I look at it.
They go and throw your name to the mud.
You got it. And these were my friends, by the way, these 2 individuals that are a couple, they were my friends. I was friends with them for a year. They helped me out. I helped them out. It was a very mutual friendship. They had already introduced me to 2 other targeted guys. And, I just wanted to talk to, I wasn't looking to date or a relationship or anything like that. And they knew that. I just wanted to talk to other people. Like, what is this? It's because you're so isolated. You don't have anyone to talk to. They isolate you from your family, and some family are even in on it, perping you, and then some of your friends are in on it. You just don't even know who to trust, because I can tell you, this is so well played. It is so well played. And at the end of this interview, I really want to give out some of these YouTube channels that I found first, like Gangstalking Simulation. The guy has been targeted now for so long, and still has a good sense of humor. And it's just like, I don't even know how he does it, but he shows targeting on that. That's a great channel.
Yeah, go ahead and plug him.
Yeah, Gangstalking
Plug these people.
Simulation. His name is DB. He's known in this community. He's got mad respect from so many people. And then another one is I really want to put this out there, and people can grab a pen and paper. This guy is I think he's one of the best out there. I'll get back to my friends that I've been dealing with that are incredibly unpleasant to deal with. But it is, so the name of the YouTube channel is this is the letters here. I'm going to spell it out. It's worth it to check it out. ODOGWUM as in Mary, E as in Echo, D as in dog, I as in indigo, C as in cat, OL is in love, T as in Tom, D as in David. And that is one of the YouTube channels. It's priceless. Just check out that and roam around, check out the videos, check out the interviews of other targeted people. He has a great one on there from Katie. I can't remember her last name, but she was a CNN. She worked for CNN. She was this big time journalist, and she ended up being, in this program, put in this slow kill program. And her interview was just incredibly impressive. But the things that they are doing to us, it literally, if you describe it to anyone, it sounds like you're crazy. And that is purposely done. It's purposely done. And it's weird because with that interview that you guys did, even my friends, the followers of Christ who take testimonies, I know that, they were upset with me, and I was really, I was proud of that.
Our interview really pissed them off.
It really did. And it was, because I was supposed to give a testimony with them, but I don't really care for how my former friend carried on with testimonies. I found him to be, just very harsh and he brought up his targeting a lot, like every time he's interviewing somebody who's targeted, he would bring up his targeting and over again. I remember there's this one interview that stands out where this girl was talking about being, basically raped by these weapons that they're doing, these weapons of war, getting raped so badly that, it's damaged her ovaries. And he started talking about garlic, the importance of garlic. And it's just, oof. Yeah. I was like, ooh, I don't really, and I didn't feel comfortable. And, and so then I went to another gatekeeper, individual, TI gatekeeper, who has over 7,000 followers. She's friends. She has over 7,000 subscribers, and she's friends with my former, the couple that take the testimonies. They're good friends. So they pretty much, so they share your data, take your testimony. And when they think you rubbed them the wrong way or you betrayed them, you feel their wrath. You feel they start smear campaigns in the background and you'd never know. When I got to know them and I'm on the phone and they would talk about people, and I was just like, it just put such a bad taste in my mouth that I didn't want to interview with them, because I knew people wouldn't even believe me, because this guy, I'm not going to say any names, but in the in this community, right, in these cliques, right, he's like Jim Jones. I just see him as a Jim Jones. I really do. It's just such a cult-like dynamic, that his, some of these followers have been groomed.
David Koresh.
David Koresh. Some of their followers have been groomed. Like, I really feel like, not all, but some of their followers have been groomed to be their flying monkeys, to attack anyone they don't like. Even if you are targeted, even if you're a whistleblower, doesn't matter. If they don't like you, they want to make sure that everybody in their clique and the community and online, they taint your name, poison the well, and they make sure that no one talks to you in the community, that your name is mud. And they've done it to me. This all happened too. I don't want to get into, I'm not into gossip or anything like that, and regarding slander, my whole thing is, it's not slander if it's the truth. If it can hold up in court, it's not slander, so, right. But when I kicked out that individual in April of 2025, little did I know, unbeknownst to me, this would be, he'd be doxing me and making fun of me every day, getting high and on his YouTube. But, point being, when I kicked him out, in April of 2025, last year, he slept rough for one night because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to reach him because he recorded the calls. He weaponized everything. He weaponized my kindness, when I was trying to help him and, get him out of a bad spot, because he emailed me and he told me that he had been living in a shelter where they were trying to kill him. He was surrounded by gang stalkers. And, I spent a lot of money trying to help him, and it completely backfired, and he made fun of me every day. But that night he left, it was the day actually. So when I kicked him out of the house, he was trying to get back into my house, and he ended up walking over to the next town and starting a live chat. And these two people that are, TI gatekeepers in the community, my opinion, they were my friends too of 1 year. They ended up in his chat, and he told them a bunch of lies, and that was it. I mean, he told them a bunch of half truths, and then that was it. I was, they were mad at me. They never called me, never gave me the common courtesy of even calling me. They completely believed this homeless guy over me. And
so they wouldn't even bother to hear your side of the story and decide for themselves which story to believe. They automatically
not at all. Nope. And you learn who your friends are when something like that happens. Because they believed him. They believed him over me, and until he then came for them. But I had given them. They gave me a nice Christmas basket, and I gave them $100 gift. $100 check just to help them out. And
this was this past Christmas?
This was when I first met them. This was when I first became, Target, and I got to know them. And this was, this was, what is it? I don't even know. They gave me this was like, 2025. So this was like late, I'd say 2024. They gave me the Christmas basket. And then I felt kind of guilty. I didn't want to take anything from them. So I gave them $100 check just to help them out. So how that was spin, this was spin violently with the transient guy that was targeted, who I tried to help. So he's in the chat, and they're in the chat, and he says, and he just lied to them. He said, "Oh, she hated your basket. She said your basket of treats and jellies were gross, and she hates you guys. And oh yeah, she thinks she tells the woman that I was friends with, because he asked her. This is what narcissists do, right? They twist your words to. He asked me why he has never seen this particular content creator's girlfriend, the one that gives, takes your testimony when you're targeted. And I said, oh, she's got she's a private person. She's just a little self-conscious about her weight. Well, here he is, right? Sleeping rough, right? He blaming everything on me in the next town over that he had to walk to. And he said, oh, she called you fat. He told her I called her fat, and all these lies. And they believed him. They didn't even, it wasn't late enough where they couldn't call me, but they didn't even call me to trust but verify or give me the common courtesy just to call me and say, hey, this guy is saying this stuff. And nope, they believed him right away. And the damage was about to happen to me. It was just such a roller coaster, and the only time they apologized when after the damage was done in my life. And they went in.
They did apologize to you? And I'm assuming this was when they found out that he was a little snake and turned on them?
You got it. And he had to turn on them. So that's
okay. So they did reach out. They did own their mistake.
They did when it was too late.
Yeah, the damage was done. You can't sew back on the foot after you've crushed it in a press.
Exactly.
Right?
When they already they already slandered me. They already started the smear campaign. There was no way putting it back, the genie back in the bottle. And
have they ever published any retractions?
No.
I would say a genuine apology would definitely be posting a retraction.
Yeah, I don't think
because words are great, but actions do speak louder than words. So I would say if they are genuinely sorry, and I'm not telling them what to do whatever the hell they want. It's their fucking channel, for better or for worse. But I would say if they were genuinely sorry, post a retraction and set the record straight.
Well, Rev has dealt with them, and it is pretty bad. He tried to swoon my friend Grim, and he got in his chat and started to try to, he's a narcissist. I do believe he's a He's a Christian covert narcissist, and now, I mean, they've slandered me so bad you wouldn't believe. And, even with they put out a video in July, right? Because they use their Zoom Live like a weapon, right? To get at who they want with blind item slander. That's what it's called. So only their victim knows that, they're talking shit about you. That's how they like to do it. Like, I just think it's such a coward thing to do.
Covert slander.
Exactly. It's covert slander. And this guy is so good at it. This guy who claims he's a follower of Christ, and he hides behind scriptures and he hides behind God. And, I sincerely do not, I used to care what they think. And now I just don't even respect them. I don't respect any of these TI gatekeepers or their flying monkeys that come for people just because of the blind allegiance. I think it's sad. It's like such a cult-like dynamic. And they did that to me. They did it to me. And, in July of 2025, when it was so bad, it was just, here I am, getting, it's bad now, but you got to remember, my house was being just vandalized, and I was, 8 miles. I was in the middle of the woods, really. I was in, I didn't have many neighbors. I was kind of, very isolating, especially in the winter.
Yeah,
but,
people had to go out of their way to fuck with you.
Yeah, so they put out a video, right? Because they had to get ahead of their lies. So they put out a video in July of 2025, and they completely slandered me. And I was, almost for an hour, calling me, accusing me. The only other, that my friend of 1 year says, we didn't know she was a perp. She just said, we didn't know she was a perp. And here I'm listening to it. I'm like, what? I mean, are you going there? And she did. They went there. It was pretty damn low, calling me a government provocateur and a narcissist and a perpetrator. And, basically they tried to put out the slander that I'm a human trafficker. And here, and that, I'm this undercover federal agent, and they do have pull. People listen. Listen to them. They have a following. They have a clique. And then, of course, they have a bigger channel than me. I mean, and trust me, I don't care anything about that, views and followers. And I'm just not a content creator. I'm somebody that ended up in this list. And it's
both of them are a very equivalent to Jim J and Timmy Faye from back in the day. Same
those kind of people. Okay, yeah, now I've really got a good picture of these kind of people.
Trying to pull the same pull, and like she said, the narcissist, let's just say Jim Baker.
Don't say any names.
Came out of my live feed, started to do this fake preaching. Look, her and I are Gen Xers. Okay? We look, we're not going to take this crap.
I think he's in his 40s, and with me like, hey bro, she's lying. Hey bro, I got to do that deep Southern voice here.
We've known each other her and I know each other for a good 5 years, since 2021.
Yeah.
And
so you've pretty much been through this with her.
Yeah, he has. He has definitely, and I can say he has been my rock. And I don't say that lightly. He has been my rock.
And as far as mentioning names, if it's a part of the public record and you're just quoting the public record, there's really nothing they can do except whine and bitch. Because it's part of the public record. If they said they got on there and said that they threw a pie in their Uncle Joe's face, and it's right there on video or in print, then it's part of the record. You can quote that all day. Well, you can quote them by names. Names said Joe Blow.
You know what the thing is, though, too, that was so disturbing, that they're friends with the guy, with the perpetrator that has been trying to get me killed, has doxed me, my full birth name, my address. I mean, I had to move, and they became, the Christian, I just don't even know what to call him. I'm not going to call him by his name. I'll say, because they're going to analyze this. They're going to hear it and analyze it and pick it apart. And, but he became friends with this guy, this dirtbag that I kicked out. This guy that that is, and he's trying to say, I'm just helping another TI out. I was homeless too. I'm just helping him out. He's down on his luck. I'm like, well, what? This guy has gone after his clique. But
now the truth is out, and they've issued they've apologized to you, but
Well,
they
it
have not
wasn't even
posted a
apology.
retraction. They have not taken down the content that
No, you know, it
was
hasn't
that they
even.
did about you. I would say a genuine apology to these people.
Well, I don't
That
think they're going to
if
do
you're
that.
genuinely sorry, take down the content that you posted,
I actually
or have it
had
accompanied
filed.
with a disclaimer and say, you know, this. Say
No, they
posting a
wouldn't do that.
retraction with a disclaimer.
No, they wouldn't do that. I had to actually get a cease and desist order, and I emailed it to them, and I sent them one, and then that's the only time they took it down. They took it down, and they were pissed, you know. And then she actually got in a couple of the, you know, my former friend. She actually got a couple of digs in the email, you know, and you know said we haven't even thought about you. You know, I'm just like, good. I just don't think about me.
It's like, okay, well, you know what? The damage from you shooting me in the foot, you know, still kind of hurts.
Stabbing me in the back. I mean, basically, they really did betray me, and then they're friends with this guy, and you know, my whole thing. And this guy has smeared me, you know, for 1 year, doxing me, trying to get me killed, saying the most disgusting things about me, sexual comments. You know, that it's just, you know, calling me a human trafficker, and I'm the one who's leading everything, and I'm a reptilian, and I'm behind the scenes, and I'm the head gang stalker, and I still work there, and you know, and it's just, you know, can you imagine? I mean, being called a reptilian for 1 year, and then this guy showed a picture of me when I was in pain, getting hit. He's like, you know, he's like, oh, look, these are slits in her eyes. I mean, the slander, it was just, and it's still going on. It really did start, even though it started with this guy that I trust me, I do take accountability for being, you know, not very smart, you know, and trusting this guy and trying to think I can, you know, all right, I can help this guy, and maybe we'll have each other's back. And the first, when he walks in, he shows me his, you know, I give him, you know, you know, he took over 24 hours on a bus, and I gave him almost, you know, I gave him, what is it, you know, well over, you know, $700 just to make sure he got there safe. And he had a lot of trauma when he got, of course, a lot of trauma. This guy had been, he's facing, you know, chronic homelessness, and he's also a drug addict, you know, but, you know, I mean, it's weed, right? But he also was into like meth and heroin, and lost a bunch of teeth because of it. He had about 3 or 4 teeth when he arrived. You know, so he said, oh, can I have a hug? I gave him a hug. And I said, hey, let's decompress. And I wanted to show him nature. You know, I wanted to show him nature so bad, and say, look, this is private here. It's rural here. You're safe. And we got out to the back deck, and, you know, he bought a bag of pot with him, and he said, and he's looking out over the nature. He's looking out over my, you know, the woods. And he goes, you know, and if you want, you know, we could make this a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. And, you know, I'm seeing these these 3 teeth pop out, right? You know, and I'm just like, whoa, what? No. And I let him down. I don't think, you know, and I don't think I'm some kind of model or anything like that. I mean, you know, I'm a, you know, I think of myself now as an old lady, you know, but I wasn't even flattered when he did it. More so I was like, uh-oh, I think I might have screwed up. You know, I said, no.
Yeah, you might have invited trouble.
I did. Yeah, I think I did. And I said, no, I you know what? I'm not, you know, because I discussed it with him on the phone, and, you know, this is platonic, and we'll try to do this roommate thing, and you're going to get back on your feet. I'll try to see what I can do. But his whole life was a wreck. He had no birth certificate, no license. He's telling me that all this stuff that it was just horrifying. He's like telling me that he used to get his kids high, and, you know, really nasty accusations on him. And, you know, he's telling me, you know, showing me the pentagram on his arm. And, you know, I'm just like, wait a second, you got your kids high and when they were in single digits? And he says, well, that's just what we're there in Kentucky. And I'm like, what? You know, and I'm just like constantly.
I live in Tennessee. It ain't like that.
Yeah. And I was giving him the benefit of
people are just fucking stupid, regardless of where you are. I don't care if you're in Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he was.
That's an individual dumb thing.
Yeah, you know, and I didn't know that this guy had already, you know, gave his testimony to one of these TI gatekeepers, and she took my testimony too. She was nice as pie before she got my testimony, but it was just emails. You know, she read my emails out loud, and she even perverted that. She said some terrible things, all of this slander, this disgusting slander, when I wouldn't kiss the ring. it's just not my personality. I'm not a follower, you know, and these individuals, these TI gatekeepers, I really think they've done such injustice to this so-called community, because I think it's hurting. It's
a huge disservice.
Hurt, you know, they collected people. It's really kind of a brilliant strategy, right? This pay for play. They collect their testimony, right? The targeted person is desperate to tell their story and get it out there, and they want to help other people. But then, you know, these guys know, they're not stupid, these TI gatekeepers. They know they're building something called camaraderie, right? So then they're building camaraderie. The people that have given their testimony, there's camaraderie, there's a click hack, it happens. And it really does become, you know, I'm not going to say a cult, but it really does become, you know, if they don't accept you and they don't validate you, the TI gatekeepers, well, then you're just kind of a piece of shit. You just kind of, if you're not going to play well with others and kiss the ring, then you're not going to play any reindeer games with us. And we're going to punish. Well, you'll see how we punish you. And they did. That's what they did. You know, but the whole thing is, I look back on it now and I'm just like, I just don't care. You know, it's just, I wouldn't want to be a part of any clique, and especially their clique, you know, because I really do think they're manipulating their followers. You know, I just do. I really think they're manipulating their followers. The woman, she does it through lesson plans, and, you know, anybody she hates, like me, you know, if she has because I had a recent something online that she was attacking me just recently today. She made a video attacking me. She's already made 7 humiliation videos about me. I mean, this is another targeted woman that doesn't like me. You know, this is the only, and then she has these subscribers that hang on her every word, like the other followers of Christ, those TI gatekeepers, and they're buddies, you know, so they go after who they want and just get you, you know, canceled, you know, so that's what they did to me. And, you know, to this day, you know, they were propping up that guy that I kicked out of my house. They were trying to prop him up like he was an angel. You know, and here he is. He told his daughter about this reptilian stuff. I mean, she's in an institution now. She's a teenager. And this guy told his daughter about the reptilians thing, that everybody's a reptilian. And here she is. And then, you know, one of the TI gatekeepers, I caught him, you know, he was sending money to this guy. You know, this guy has a Suboxone habit, you know, and he's, you know, and my former friend was just hooking him up left and right. And this guy, you know, Graham, right? He's got a big mouth. So he's like, I just want to thank, he said his name. I'm not going to say his name. I really appreciate that Cash App, you know, and I'm just like, wow. And he really loved rubbing it in my face that he inherited my former friends. The guy that was the perpetrator that hit on me, that they inherited that. The guy that I didn't even feel safe with. And I didn't even feel safe with him in my house. And you know, and it was a battle to kick his butt out, and they became friends with him. What does that tell you? What would you think, Tin Man, with that situation?
I would say it's a very messed up situation that you found yourself in.
It is, certainly.
You know, and Revan's going to bounce out for about 20 minutes or so. He's got to run a personal errand. But I
sincerely hope that I can actually play that phone call of another individual.
Go ahead and play that. That would be a great opportunity. Go ahead and play that. I'm really just hoping that it's loud enough, because I want to do him. I don't want to do him a disservice here, because he's going through hell, and he's been in this battle now since, you know, over 10 years now, dealing with this. I can tell you, I've only been dealing with this. My overt stalking became, you know, as overt. They've been watching me for a very long time now. They study you. It's very menacing. And then also they taint the well around you with your neighbors. You know, they show up with a badge, you know, a badge that the person can't see. And they tell your neighbor, you know, they ask some suspicious questions of you, you know, and then it looks like, you know, they, you know, just basically kind of then that neighbor walks away with, wait a second, who's living next to me? You know, It's just, you know, and it's, I don't know. It's just a terrible feeling. So let me pull that up and. Yeah, go ahead and pull that up. I'd very much love to hear it, and I know our audience would as well.
I sincerely hope that it's. I really hope it's loud enough, you know, because let me try this. I want to, and please let me know. You can maybe just raise your hand and tell me if it's too low. Okay.
Okay.
And I want to make sure, because I know the TI gatekeepers are eventually going to watch this along with that very unpleasant transient gentleman.
Just be sure you do have permission to share this video.
Yep, he said I could.
Okay.
Yep, he said I could.
So long as you're covered on that one, ain't nobody got anything to say about it. So long as he has given consent for you to make this public, you're good to go. Go ahead and play it.
Trust me, they watch me so close. That's the first question I asked him. These individuals that I'm on their shit list, these TLD keepers. All right, so I'm going to pull it up now, and please let me know if it's not loud enough. And this is Nappy, and I want to shout out his channel. This is because seriously, he has been going through absolute hell, and so it's NAPPYHEADROOTS, Nappy Head Roots. And he's just a guy going through hell, and he's been on this, and he's trying to, we're followed, by just here and there and everywhere to trigger us by these one headlights, right? It's the Zerzetzung program. People can go to zerzetzung.com, where this is the digital Holocaust. If anybody hasn't paid attention, if anybody's paying attention, you can kind of gather that we're in a depopulation event right now. And hopefully I can say that on YouTube.
Oh, there's no denying the fact. And if YouTube has a problem with it, they can suck my dick backwards and buy me a milkshake.
Fair enough. Okay. And with that being said, here it is.
I didn't do nothing. Not to be harassed and followed the way I am.
Is that loud enough?
What?
Yes.
Would you say? Okay, so I'm going to start it all over again. So this individual, again, he's a target individual. He's been going through this, and they're, taunting him. They taunt us with this one headlight bullshit, So again, they want to trigger us, and they separate us. Another person to watch is Brian Tew, BRYANTEW, and I'll give you his YouTube as well. It's under something else. I think it's called CIA Trauma-Based Mind Control Program on YouTube. I think, and Brian Tew is just a plethora of experience and wisdom. I don't want to get this wrong here. He worked for a government agency like me. He was a whistleblower. He did like me. He made the big mistake after getting in this program. He's been in this program for like 30 years, and 90s or something. And he's so, you should see him now. He's just so beaten down, and so let me play this now. And I hopefully I gave his correct information out, but he's just been, he did the big mistake of when he started getting targeted. He says this was a mistake. He admits this, so I'm not throwing him under the bus. He recorded the FBI. He recorded them in an interview type thing. He recorded them, and ever since then, they've just been, it's been hellish for him. So maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's not any kind of government agency. Maybe it's a coincidence. Again, they make this, maybe it's just, it's just, that's what they do. It's just a gaslighting psychological operation, MK Ultra, satanic ritual abuse that we're pretty much all dealing with as an individual in this very evil slow kill program. And let me play this right here.
Yeah, go ahead and play it. Begin.
Okay, so this is a dispatcher. He's calling. Hopefully it's not too loud. Just let me know. He's calling the dispatcher.
It's perfect.
And she proceeds to gaslight him.
Yeah, that's totally fine. It's recorded on this side too, so no worries. Okay. What is it that you feel they're following you for? What is it that you did? I didn't do nothing. Not to be harassed and followed the way I am. They're just doing it for fun? What? You think they're just doing it for fun? No, it's not just following. They're harassing me. I got videos, over 100 videos of them harassing me as well. What makes you think that though? Huh? What makes you think that though? Well, when you follow me around with one headlight, everywhere I go, it's a different car behind me with one headlight, and I approach them and ask them what they're doing, and they smile at me and say, "What are you talking about?" I got hundreds of, at least 100 videos of that. But why? And I'm just needing I'm calling basically to see if there's somewhere I can get protection. I literally don't understand why you think you're so important that undercover police officers are following you all over the place. Like, are you in politics? What is this? What is the reason behind it? I have no reason. You think, are you gaslighting me or something? I have no reason why they're, I don't know. I don't think I'm important either. Okay, I don't think this is really happening, sir. I think you might be exaggerating for yourself. Okay, well, I got videos. I got videos. And how can you tell that they're undercover officers? Well, I got videos. Well, okay. The videos show that they're undercover officers. Well, I don't know. We'll just say I don't know they're undercover officers. Can do you think that multiple people, like dozens and dozens of people, are just following you for no reason? I got over 100 of them behind me with one headlight. Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. Driving slow by the house, smiling at me. Okay, well, you can gaslight me all you want. This recording is gonna go on YouTube, and people are gonna see how you guys gaslight people. Okay, this is why people commit suicide and murder. Okay. Because are you feeling suicidal? No, I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm not at all. Okay. I'm just trying to get help from you, and you're sitting here bad-mouthing me about I don't know what you want us to do. Trying to do your blue wall assignment stuff. Like I'm like what? I don't know what that means. Yeah, you do. You know what blue wall of science is. No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about. All right, you have a nice day. All right, ma'am. You have a nice day. All right, good luck. Good address,
Yeah, she was definitely gaslighting him, because if you have hundreds of videos documenting that a vehicle with a single headlight is following you, even if it's different vehicles with different people, if you have hundreds of videos, over 100 videos documenting that you are being followed by an individual with a single headlight, that's not a coincidence. That's not something you can just dismiss.
Right.
Okay. Exactly. There's obviously something going on.
Yep.
If you can document over 100 instances on video of people with a single headlight following you, fitting this description of a vehicle, a red or a white vehicle with a single headlight, and you've got over 100 videos, that's not paranoia. That is a documented issue, a heavily documented issue.
Right.
Now, legally, there is not something any of these people can do unless you have the plate numbers or whatnot. Now, if the individual making the call had the plate numbers and all of this was documented, you can file a police report, and that's something tangible. But if you have a vehicle that you can't identify the owner, there's not going to be a whole lot that the police can do about it, and they are going to brush you off. But I would suggest to anybody out there who's experienced this and who is documenting this, get license plates. Get license plates. Get the make and model. Get as much detail as you can. Because it's not just about documenting; it's about what you document. You got to document where it happened, what time it happened, the make and model of the vehicle, if you can, and a license plate. At the very least, the license plate. If you can go, I got this vehicle with this license plate at this time, and you document that, you can file a police report, and then you can start taking action there. Because then, I'm
going to push back a little bit here on that, because this is like being, for me, it's kind of like being back at the DHS. Where you're talking to managers, you're talking to the problem about the problem. So NAPI is basically, we're going to the problem about the problem. I went to the police station and I had loads of proof, and I sat down, I had 2 hours with the person. They were a sergeant, and that police report just disappeared. And then a couple of months later, my brakes were cut on my truck, and I almost hit another car, and I had to go to, I got, this was, and again, I've never, this is just clearing up slander. I do not drink. I do not smoke. I do not do drugs. I hate the taste of alcohol. And I don't have a DUI, so, but this was a situation where my brakes were cut, and literally my brakes were cut. My steering wheel froze up, And I was able, and I almost hit somebody, and I was able to get it, get it to the side of the road. It was a terrible experience, and I was being stalked. I had the, I had the stalkers right in back of me, and I went over hill. I was just like, I am so done with this. I just want to, I just want to go to the, I just want to go to the transfer station. I just want to drop off my trash and recycling, and but they caught me. It's just like, you really do need to be. You cannot. It's easy to say, don't be afraid, and it's but I, at that point, I remember that was October of 2024. So remember, my targeting became overt in May, right? So May, June, July, August, September, October. So I was targeted for 6 months, and it was when they first start with you, it's very aggressive, and it was very aggressive with me. I mean, remember when I walked out of the courthouse and I won and I was victorious, I was feeling all good, and I was like, well, I'm going to file a suit against her, and I'm asking them, well, anyway, I don't want to digress. And here I am, I go into one of the bigger towns in this state, and I'm, there's an actual black helicopter following me. I'm turning down this road. I'm turning down this road. I'm just like, am I imagining this? I said, this is crazy. And it was, but if you tell anybody that, they're going to be like, whoa, what are you, huh? And what drugs are you on? What makes you so important? Why?
I mean, look at Candace Owens with the airplane thing.
Well, because maybe they have millions of dollars. Maybe they have an insurance policy that they possibly took out when I started in 2002, when I was 30. And maybe my insurance policy that I know nothing about is worth millions. Maybe that's why they're trying to get me to analyze myself. That could possibly be it.
Yeah. But I would say, again, document everything. Even if the police don't fucking help you, if you can maintain a public record, and plates are public record.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not easy, but do everything you can. Because you got to protect yourself. You have got to protect yourself, and you got to do everything possible to protect yourself. So to yourself and anybody out there watching, if you get nothing else, get the plate. Get the plate.
You know what a lot of TIs are doing now, and I want to do it too? They're getting dash cams for the back and for the front and for their body, for their actual body. Because if you are in this slow kill program, which I know that no normie could ever understand how bad this is. I get it. But if you're in this, and I can tell you, I was following a certain, I think there's a music on or something. I hear, oh, that's me echoing. Am I echoing, guys?
No.
Slightly, but it's echoing. I think it's because Revan's on his phone and he doesn't have the headset in. So you're probably hearing a slight echo from
Revan,
the speaker on his phone into his microphone.
Mind, Revan, because I'm hearing myself in my ear. Do you mind muting?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just if you have thank you. I appreciate it, Rev.
That's why headset in, brother. It's a godsend.
Yeah, I want to tell you too regarding the restaurant and what happened to me today and how they F with your mind. But I'm hoping that I really hope that people go to Nappy's channel. He is a real TI. He's one of the real deals. It's not about, with the TI gatekeepers, I think a lot of it is about their brand. I think I was a threat to them for some reason, especially when I got over 1,000 subscribers on my YouTube. I mean, but to me, it's just, I'm not a content creator. I'm somebody that's in this slow kill program, and it's not about competition. But my friends really kind of, even though they speak about, this isn't a competition with targeting and how bad someone has it and how bad this one's getting and that one, mine targeting's worse and I get the worst one. No, it's me. And mine's heavy duty. And, there is some of that too in the community, believe it or not. But, believe it or not, there's competitions out here, regarding, people care more about their brand, than really actually helping TIs, but they'll keep a list on how many TIs they've helped. But anyway, I digress. I just think that's a little odd in itself. But, it's just, I'll tell you another how they screw you over. So today, this is recent. And again, that phone call from Nappy to the dispatcher, where he was talking to the problem about the problem, and that's you know, what can we do, right? But that was recent, so and he really uploads great stuff. Let me, I'm just, to me, you know, I really am on the lookout for people that he's got so much courage. You know, I know that, you know, and you know, some people have agoraphobia and they can't even go out, you know, but of course, you know, they'll tell you how to, you know, deal with your targeting. This is, you know, one of the TI gatekeepers, he's got agoraphobia and he doesn't even go out, but he'll tell people how to deal with targeting. And I kind of resent that. I really do. I resent that. You know, I'm out there. I have to go out there and I have to shop and I have to deal with this. And I'm telling you, it's so incredibly unpleasant because they make the most typical, you know, the most easy peasy errand. Something that you know, I used to do, I could do 72, I could do all these errands. I would do, you know, 40 errands in a row, you know, and you know, 2 hours, I'd be out hour and a half. And, you know, I used to love driving. I used to love going out, loved it. But they want to make sure you don't have a minute of peace. You don't have a minute of peace. So if we're at a park, here we come. Here comes the quote unquote gang stalker with the big fat gang stalker with the big fat red shirt, right? You got to trigger us with the color coding, right? That's the game. These are the games they're playing with Nappy. These are the games they're playing with me. These are the games they're playing with everybody. And what do we do? You know, then you have, you know, people like myself. I mean, if we say people with red shirts, there's the red shirts and the red sneakers. They're you know, because they wear these red sneakers. You know, they'll read the red sneakers or the red shirt. They got to tell the bright orange shirt. They'll have the Tesla vehicle. All right. I was stalked in a rural town, you know, in Teslas were stalking me in a rural town, you know, in New Hampshire, you know, and I had Teslas stalking me. It's unheard of. You know, it's so out of place.
That's like way out of place.
You know, they're so brazen.
Like a fish in the sky.
They're utterly just so brazen, you know, and they want to bring up dialogue too. So if I had a conversation with you on the phone, what they'll do is you'll be out and about and you'll be in the Dunkin' Donuts line, and these gang stalkers and criminal informants, morally bankrupt puppets of Satan, will say, they'll say something like, you know, I'll say I'm talking to you about, you know, about Nappy in the phone call and how disturbing it was and how disrespectful she was, you know, and how she may have impunity here, but God is watching, right? And, you know, I may be talking
about quoting the conversation.
Yeah, they'll start quoting the conversation. Like, you know, hey, you know who I saw a while ago? Yeah, he's got a broken headlight. Yeah, he's, I guess something's wrong with his, I mean, yeah, geez, man, I miss Uncle Nappy. Do you miss Uncle Nappy? They want to make sure you know, to do the psychological warfare, that it's only you in that line that gets it. You know, and what I do now is I just put on headphones. And, you know, it's so hard for them to, you know, sometimes they're so aggravated with me and I see their aggravation. You know, it's just at this point, I just do my best to ignore them, keep my head down. And then when they try to hit me with plausible deniability, you know, I just give it to them right back. You know, I mean,
I'd look him dead in the eye and I'd be like, you know, Cousin Nappy? Oh my God. Like,
I've done it.
I haven't seen him in so long. I've heard this and this and this. But how is he?
Tim,
I'd throw it right back at him. I'd be like all excited and be like,
I've done it.
God,
you know what though? I've done it and it throws them off and they get real quiet. Because they're little puppets of Satan. They don't have their notes. They don't have their little notes, their little script. You know, and they don't know what to
I would say in a situation like that, sorry to cut you off, hon. I would say in a situation like that, they expect you to be predictable. They expect the predictable. They expect a particular outcome and a particular response. Yep. My advice, be unpredictable. You really want to fuck up their day like they're trying to fuck up your day? Be unpredictable.
You know what I do?
Go the monkey wrench. Be the monkey that throws the wrench right in the fucking works.
You know what I do, Tin Man, that throws them off? This is what I do. I'll be in, you know, they'll mob me every time I go shopping, right? They'll mob me. So I'll just get on my headset. I have this big obvious, I have this mic that goes that you know, it's right over my, it's old school, right? It's plug in, it's wired. It's got the mic right in front of my face, right? I got to make it real obvious for them that I'm on the phone. You know, so they'll just try to harass me, try to hit me with the color coded, with the, you know, try to aggravate you, you know, try to aggravate you with the coughing and the, you know, they try to get to you under your skin. And I'll be on the phone with pretty much nobody. Okay. Because I am my own best friend, by the way. We all should be our own best friend and have each other's back. Have your own back. And, you know, right. I'll be pretending I'm on the phone and I'll be like, wait, what? Wait, and they'll be right in front of me, right? They're playing their own games, they're doing the theater. They do the street theater too. I know we haven't gotten into that yet, but, you know, they're just acting out these little scripts in the store, right? They're doing their little scripts in the store, what they were sent to do that in, you know, the community organized talking stuff, they have their little script that they need to do, right? And they got to point their phone at you and pretend it's got to be pointed at you, right? Because they know we're pretty much traumatized by that phone pointing stuff right at us, you know. So I call them out, and I call them out with plausible deniability. And you know, I don't know why this works, but I'm sure they'll change it up now because I'm making it vocal to you and I'm vocalizing it. But I'll pretend I'm on the phone and they'll be all mobbing me at the store, and I'll be like, wait a second, what is it called? No, Michelle, just hold on, slow down, stop, listen. What's it called again? Yeah. Community what? Community organized stalking? So is that happening to you now? What did they do? Just tell me, what do they do? Okay, they wear red, and then I'll be in front of somebody who fits the description. Okay, they wear red, they have red sneakers, yeah, and they'll have a child with them. They use children, and they will skedaddle. They will skedaddle.
That is
because
brilliant.
I will shame them and mop the floor with them. I will shame them. I do my best. This is all I have. You know, I'm not a violent person. I'm a pacifist. So all I have is my sense of humor. I have my little sense of humor. But, you know, so I'll just pretend I'm talking. So what do they pay?
Oh, she got out. If you can hear us, you cut out. Oh, she got cut off.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Text her.
Hey, bro.
Just end it. Just click.
All right, bro. I'm back.
All right. I think she got kicked. Move, add back. Gatekeepers are creepy. Can you hear me? I think she got booted. Yeah, I think she got booted. If you were watching, try to reconnect. Go ahead and we're gonna try to get her back on. Let's try to get her back on because I would like to hear her story. I would like to finish the story if possible. Yeah, that is weird as hell that she just got booted off. Let me try to send her an email real quick. We gave. Okay, let's see if maybe she's sitting backstage. Nothing there. Yeah. Yeah, so it took less than 2.5 hours and the show gets cut. It's the same thing Reverend and I were doing it a few years back. Yeah, it's not that dissimilar. I just sent her an email. Hopefully she gets it. I told her to try to rejoin with the link that we had given her before. So hopefully we can get her back on. And it'll be okay. If not, we'll definitely try to schedule an interview for another day because this is like really powerful stuff. So I want to see where this goes and what more she has to say. So no reply as of yet. Send messages. Well, that is really concerning. Everything's still fine on our end, so give it another couple minutes or so. Hopefully, maybe Revan will be back and can join us, and he and I can finish out the show if nothing else. If not, I'll just close it out, I guess. But yeah, the topic is gangstalking, and we had this woman on, formerly known as Targeted by Narcs, and she was recapping a lot of her stories.
Are you guys here? Hello?
Oh, welcome back. Welcome back.
Hey, the computer just shut down out of nowhere. I got the plug-in, it's fully charged, so that's never happened. Completely went black. I've never had that happen where I couldn't even turn it on.
Okay, well, we're still here. We got you back.
Did you guys listen? How much did you? I was just like, hello, are you there? Did you guys hear me or just go black?
Your audio just cut out and we lost the call. That's why I sent you that email. I was like, go ahead and try to reconnect with the same link that we gave you.
Got it. Okay. You're okay. Well,
so I just go ahead and pick up wherever you want. You were talking about. You were talking.
Sorry, I don't even.
You were talking about what happened in the store and how you were responding to it, and
I do that.
Pretend to be on the phone and call out gangstalking publicly to where others could hear.
Yes, I do. And I really don't bring up, I don't want to say I'm trying to think. There's in the beginning, I did bring up like, oh, I don't know if this is it. Have you ever heard of gangstalking, Michelle? Gangstalk? And I'll just be so obvious and, and then that makes them skedaddle. But now I don't say that. I just kind of act like, yeah, so, I'll just pretend I'm on the phone with somebody or I'll pretend I'm trying to talk my friend out of doing gangstalking and selling her soul and for $25 gift certificate here and there. That's pretty much it. I mean, and I don't want to sound like, I'm cocky and I know how to deal, I know how to deal with this. And all you got to do is what I do. And all I do is one day at a time. It's just, I take it one day at a time, and going to the store is so stressful now. I mean, they literally just fill your parameter with, these, lack of a better word, right? These gang stalkers, these criminal informants, these sleeper cells, these secret society sleeper cells. And I can tell you, they are everywhere. They're everywhere now. Everywhere I go, it is not just, they're watching other people too. I think that some of the...
They're watching multiple targets.
Sorry?
Watching multiple targets.
Yes. I mean, and I do believe we're on the dark web. I mean, I wouldn't want to watch me on the dark web. I mean, I'm just chasing boring. I'm a pretty darn boring person. I wouldn't want to watch me. And I don't know why any person would want to watch someone. It's just so sick and seedy, so pathetic, but they have no shame. The people that are doing this to us have no shame, so we're their experiment. What I've heard is they're basically taking bets on us and who's going to die, who's going to survive, who is going to get into a car wreck. I can tell you they vandalized my vehicle so badly. I was a sitting duck where I was, and then I was doxxed by that psychopath that I tried to help, that homeless transient guy. I was doxxed by him, and that was it. It was just it, and I've been doxxed, so I'm, my name's out there, but this is how I figure, when my name went out there and stuff, and it's like, and it's crazy that it's from other TIs, right? I never thought that I'd be doxxed by other TIs, other people that are in this.
That is rather surprising, but at the same time, it's not surprising because people in your position, a lot of these people, it breaks. It's designed to break you, exactly. And if they can get to one smaller target, and go, okay, we'll leave you alone, but you got to fuck with this person.
Right.
I'm not surprised. So I'm not surprised that other people who are victims turn into perpetrators for any given reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's trauma. It's just this trauma. Even the guy that I was friends with, and they, these my former friends, the people that the followers of Christ. I don't know how any other way to call them. I'm trying not to insult them, right? Because Rev called it. We're dealing with a male Karen here. And a woman, and a girlfriend that really protects him at any cost. So he gets her to fight his battles. So I have to. It's just sad. I wish I never met these individuals. Because I was always tiptoeing around them. I was walking on eggshells around them, not trying to, I was just so always trying to be so careful not to offend them or anything. But one of the female TI gatekeepers, she's slandering me now too, calling me a cyber bully, and she was the one who made almost 7 humiliation rituals about all lies too, all lies, insinuating that I'm this undercover federal officer, and it's just it's really it's not just, it's just hurtful, because when I look back on it, I am so proud of what my young self did, because I could have been rich. I could have made 6 figures. My stock was in Lockheed Martin, little agencies, little corporations that I didn't even know what they were when I was 30. I had the TSP plan, thrift plan, and thrift savings plan that they give us. And, they were matching it. I think it was like 6%. They were willing to match it another 6% or something. It was insane. And my stuff, I had Lockheed Martin, they set you up with, L3 Technologies, Boeing. I didn't know what these little corporations were about, but I can tell you that, the stock was going plump, higher and higher and higher, and it was just, and I look back on it, and, I sincerely, I could have been, I could have 6-figure salary. I could have been wealthy. But I would have had to sell my soul, because so many of my officers, the officers, right, that I supervised, did it. They got in, they put on the suit. They became, so many of my former officers became my bosses, and I know that they had respect for me. I saw it in their eyes. I saw it how they treated me, because I treated them. I treated them very well. I didn't go at it like I'm the supervisor. You do what I say. No, I got in the mix. I opened up the L3 machine. I put my head in there over 10 years. I was exposed to this radiation. I did everything they did. I wasn't any kind of supervisor that sat down. I was always going. I always felt like I had to prove something to them, because mostly my officers were mostly men. I was something like one of only, I think on the PM shift we had 5 female supervisors, and I was one of them. It's just, and then I look back and so many people are dead. So many of my friends, my coworkers are dead. And it does carry trauma, of course. I mean, you would have to be a sociopath not to be traumatized by that. I had such a good friend. I won't even say her name because I know people would be looking up her obituary, and just, dissecting it, but to see, oh, is she there? Did she, and it's like she was somebody I looked up to so much, and she started the query. She started looking into, she was the one when I was going through cancer treatment, I was going through chemotherapy. She was the one that said, she visited me and she had just gotten over cancer. And we started at the same time. We started, in 2002, and we ended up, we worked in the same bag rooms and the same checkpoints. And, we were two peas in a pod. She was my buddy. I looked up to her, even though she was a lead and I was a supervisor. I always treated her like she was my boss. I had such respect for her because I knew here I'm in my 30s and she's in my 50s, and she had so much wisdom and knowledge, and she was so kind, and she was always looking out for me. And I was always the oddball, I was always the oddball there. I never really fit in. I was just pretty much the scapegoat because I always asked questions like, I had a sense of humor, and that was really frowned upon, really frowned upon. They didn't want you smiling, they just, I can't even describe it, especially when we first started and they put us in this, I felt like we were cattle with my friend. I went through that with her, eye test, ear test, physical. Right when they hire you, you go through this whole thing. It felt so weird, to go through, be in this hotel and you have doctors there come in, you have these Dr. Mangalas come in, it just felt creepy, but we were told not to look at the people that were training. We couldn't look at them in the eyes. It was just really strange, the stuff that, and I don't know if it was just me, that this was, but, I saw my friend was happy. It was really frowned upon. Any kind of joy was frowned upon, to the point where when I got at work, I would joke with my lead, a certain lead. I had a really good rapport with him. And I said, I would joke with him and I would say, don't let anybody steal your joy. And I had one officer that he used to joke with me. And I remember when he was looking forward to getting his wisdom teeth out. And I said, Bill, he goes, yeah, I get away from this place for 1 week. I get away. And I said, you're really looking you're looking forward to it? And he really was, and he was a brilliant guy. And he said, didn't you get the memo? He looks right at me, and I got his sense of humor. He had a very dry, sarcastic sense of humor. And he said, don't you realize it? Don't you know by now that this is the place where dreams go to die? And he said it's so dead serious. I said, no. And I looked at him and it was just such an intense moment. And he said it dead serious because he was looking for that. He was looking forward to wisdom teeth, getting teeth pulled rather than being there. And I said, I hear you, Bill. His name was Bill. And I said, I hear you. I know, I understand. He was hurting. It was a very traumatizing place to work.
Yeah. And a lot of places are like that. Like they don't want you having fun. They don't want you socializing. They don't want
especially there.
They don't want it to be a positive work environment. And I don't understand why that is. You would think that you want your employees to come to work because then you have people there. You have people enjoying their job. The workday goes faster. Productivity goes up. Morale goes up.
But they don't care about that, because when we needed somebody to screen, when they needed somebody to screen at International, they would call me up on the radio and they'd say, all right, supervisor, blah, 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 we need 5 bodies now. And I remember, I'm here I am in my 30s, right? I'm looking at my officers and remember I was going to go into social work, right? So I was like, now here I am on the walkie-talkie going, they're not just bodies. And, my bosses were like, what? Just send them. I was always trying to because they were always trying to dehumanize us.
Yeah.
And because they knew, right? This was just starting so they could replace us. They could just replace us. We were, you had to go through a probationary period, but they could, they let us know
lead you dry, throw out the husk, bring in the newbie.
Exactly. They let us know from day one, we were disposable.
That's a really sick way of looking at it. And I don't understand why employers do this, but it is sick.
Yeah.
I've worked at quite a few places where I really enjoyed my job. I got along with the people I worked with. I liked what I did. And I think that's what we need to get back to, especially in places like where you work.
Yeah.
You need that human connection. You can't do away with the human connection. You cannot do away with humanity.
Nope. That's why I used to love making my officers laugh. You know, when I had, I had some hardcore friends back in the day when I was in my 20s, and they would say to me, and I'm not bragging here, because trust me, they try to drain you of your personality and your sense of humor in this slow kill program. But way back when, they try to drain you of they try to make you forget who you are so that they can create who they want. So I was they just blanked me out. I don't even know what I was saying. I really don't. I'm sorry. What was I saying?
You were talking about them stripping you of humanity.
Yeah, it was just, I have a bit of a sense of humor, and it's a little sarcastic, but it's not at anybody's expense. I remember a good friend of mine of over 10 years said to me that I was one of the funniest people she's known, and she was a riot. She was just effortlessly funny. And she told me that I was one of the funniest people she's ever met, one of them, and that my humor she loved it, that my humor wasn't at anyone's expense, and it was a huge compliment. I mean, I was like, wow, that's awesome. I love that, but they want to take it from you. They want to strip it from you, but being in this, it is really surreal being in this program. And also I was an outcast. Yeah, I was bullied. I've been bullied, even when I was a little girl, I was so severely bullied, so, I really think that I was in the program. They really go after traumatized children. They really do that. They're really scumbags. They're really parasites. They go after real, traumatized children that already have it rough, and they want to traumatize us more so they can break us. It's really sick. It's really sick, and it's really cowardly. And it's just, I don't know, it's, but it is what it is, I mean, they haven't been able to change me. I didn't even fit in this so-called community, and I'm fine with that, and they can dox my name. They can, it's just how I look at it is that it's in God's hands. And I feel like that as a person that's on this slow kill list, that, I'm just building up. Unfortunately, I'm just building up other people's bad karma. I feel like we're here as witnesses, that the people that are going through this, I really do feel like we are there. We are the witnesses. And I feel like we will be there on review day. When you have a life review, we'll be right there. Yeah.
And if nothing else, your story can serve as an inspiration to other people. I'm sure we could go all night with examples and ideas in regards to this subject, and I can't wait to have you on again.
Oh, geez, thanks, Tim, man. I appreciate that. Can I leave you with something I don't want to forget to say? It was about
absolutely.
It was about the restaurant. So I was getting perped out. That's what we call it. It's perpetrators. We call it perped out. It's a perp, but it was a perp situation, and a lot of people don't like that because, of course, our normie's going to know what perp is. Hey, you're perping me. You're a perp. You're being a perp. They're not going to know until it happens to them. So perp is short for perpetrator. So in the restaurant, I had the father, the mother, they appeared to be in their maybe late 30s, and their, wretched, miserable daughter that had her, and I do think that these are modified and they're possibly weapons now. I really do. Unfortunately, I do. And, but yeah, I do. So I think that, so I've just seen it. I've seen too much in this slow kill program to not think that these are not weapons at this point. It's not, and it's not all cell phones. I just think these cell phones that these, gang stalkers have, these criminal informants, I think they've been modified. How can people think that's so crazy? I mean, DARPA has, I really, I see these animals and, and bugs and stuff. And I've done enough research to know that they can control. It appears that it seems that they can control. I've seen other TIs, exposing this too. Seems like they do have control. They call them DARPA bugs, DARPA flies, and it's, it's just insane stuff. There was a military guy, young soldier, who was getting out a patent about how they have DARPA has patented these bugs. They're not, these are not even bugs, right? These are just nano, these are self-made man, bugs, from DARPA. And this guy was blowing the whistle. And this was several years ago. Young guy, couldn't be more than, I'd say, 25. He's dead. He's gone. He blew the whistle and he's disappeared. He's gone. Never heard from him again. He was a soldier, young soldier, American soldier. I saw the video and he was scared because they were hitting him. He was hurting. He was in pain. He was suffering. It was a very painful video to watch. And he was very scared. And he was dropping knowledge, telling people. And I'll never forget that. He said what to look out for. And he was gone. This is why at this point I've just accepted. Again, I would never unalive myself. I would never harm anybody else, but I've just accepted my fate. And again, I was a person that, I still love life, but they really want to make sure that you hate life. They really want to make sure that you unalive yourself. It's just a very sick program that they hide, and more people are going on this. And when I see this individual, one of the gatekeepers, one of the women that she's when it takes your testimony and she's in a southern town, a rural town, I first started watching her channel because my house was being vandalized and I didn't understand. And then all this weird stuff, they had branches, and then I had to deal with dead animals. This weird situations were happening, and just weird stuff. They put witchcraft around your property to just spells and stuff to jinx you and spell you. And witchcraft is real. I didn't believe in witchcraft at all, at all. I know some Christians think they're untouchable if they just don't believe, because they think their faith is that strong or that they're that favorable with God. But I've seen it, and they do weird stuff with branches and the shapes, these Freemasons and Eastern stars. They really have, pretty much, I would say, my opinion, I think what I'm seeing, I think they've just been, just doing all these dirty deeds in the shadows for so long, and this is why they have the big houses and the beautiful houses, big cars, and all this nepotism. They get all the perks, it's just, they've sold their soul. Yeah. They sold their soul for it, so, and again, so when this was happening, I found this woman's channel and I started listening to her. And again, we've had a falling out, pretty bad falling out. And I didn't even know that I had created some kind of narcissistic injury with this woman who is, knows all about narcissism. She studied it in college.
Reverend has something he wants to say.
Yes, go ahead. Shoot.
My son's getting married.
Oh, all right. Awesome. Yeah. Wow. Hey,
wow. That is big news.
That's awesome news. I just want to make sure I just don't, how I am with personal information, Grim. You don't know that little. Yes. I'm not. And again, it's just, I hate being like this. Congratulations, Grim.
We got to celebrate the small joys in life.
Exactly. I'm just protective of you, Rev. I'm very protective. You know what happened last time, because not everybody that's watching is just, somebody that is just watching the channel and, a supporter or something. You have some really nasty people out there. And I hate to say it, that some of them I've dealt with, some, not all, certainly not all, but like the woman the woman that is the TI gatekeeper there, she has said some really wretched things about me. And I just want to say this, so I had said, I made the big mistake of making a comment on my live chat, that she would be having trouble. She's trying to sell her home there in this little small rural town, really, middle of nowhere type of town, and it's very thick with Freemasons and Eastern stars and the occult. And it's just terrible. I mean, she was once talking about how it doesn't even have like a regular coffee shop or something. It just sounds like a hideous place to be, there's a movie called The Deliverance or The Stand where the whole neighbor was neighbors. You guys know about that movie, Deliverance?
Yeah, that it had
Like this,
Burt Reynolds and John Boyd in it.
Yeah, someone had said that her situation was, this was way back when I was a supporter, when I was going through it like she was. But I had said, when I found her channel, I had said to her, so I sent her couple of emails back and forth about my testimony, whether to give my testimony to her or not. I was deciding, because I didn't want to give it to the followers of Christ, because I didn't like how he interviewed people. So, I knew his ego was going to be hurt if I said anything. So then even though he's going to act like it was no big deal, but, so I was trying to plan on giving her my testimony. So it was a series of emails back and forth. I think there was like 20 back and forth, and I finally decided to give her the go ahead and have her do it and read my testimony. And then that was later weaponized. She later doxed me. I said my name on it was, under the alias of Grace. And now since, she's doing this to me and has me in the smear campaign, is slandering me something awful now. Now it's, she doxed me, my real name's in there, Grace / in my real name. And I'm like, man, this is awful to do to another targeted woman just because, of a narcissistic injury, but yeah. When this was happening, I was watching her, I was a supporter. Again, I was a supporter. I was trying to figure out, okay, what do I do? How do I stop this real estate mobbing? How do I get a hold of, what is this occult stuff? What is happening on my property? What does it all mean? I was trying to figure it out. And she was a plethora of information regarding the occult and Freemasons and Eastern Stars. Like, she knew it all about their sinister ways, and I just thought, man, okay. So I was learning from her. And, and I wrote her an email. And so there's two things why I think she's cyberbullying me now and putting me in this slander.
Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Sure. Well, you already know this, Rev. So, but I said on my live chat that she was going to have problems selling. And I didn't say it in a nasty way.
Reverend, I'm going to go ahead and let you take point. I will be right back.
All right.
Just give me like 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Cool. Okay. And so this situation, Rev, I already told you, but I said, she was going to have, and I didn't say it in a nasty way, a snotty way, a terrible way. It was like as gentle as I can make it. And I said, geez, it was a live chat. And I said, man, she's going to have trouble selling that home now because it's all over the web. What she has done, trying to get the word out that this is happening to her. This has been happening to her for over 10 years. So she's been trying to get on social media and she's all over Google, her name, her address, with this, because she's done interviews giving her real name and a real address. So when you're selling your home, like I did, what people do, and I've done it too, is that, you just look up the address, right? And you see if there's any kind of baggage with that house. And there's unfortunately, because of what they're doing, it's not her fault, but what they're doing, they're making it a living hell there, and again, they're just damaging. And this is a woman that hates me now. And I don't have, it's just, and it's okay. It's just, it is what it is. Not everybody, geez, I think she's even said this at one time, but not everybody, even just because you're a TI, you're not going to get along with everybody just because they're in this slow kill program too. It's just, so I said that comment, and then that put me in the doghouse. And then the other comment that she weaponized was that I said that I said that comment that she's going to have issues selling her house. And then I said another comment that she didn't like. I just said that one of her moderators in the chat was a moderator for this perpetrator, the homeless dude, right, that I had to deal with. That was so wretched, the sociopath. He had the same moderator. And I thought that was a little odd. And she had called her a perpetrator, right? And I was like, man, so I made a live and I'm like, geez, what are the odds of that? Like the guy that I kicked out, who I felt unsafe with, his moderator, one of his moderators, was one of her moderators. And all I did was bring it up. And now, that's it. Those two comments. And now I'm the government provocateur. I'm the narcissist. I'm the cyber bully. I won't leave her alone. It's just, and I don't know. I know some people, and they, in this so-called community, but it seems like people fear them. It really does seem like people kind of fear these TI gatekeepers. But yeah, but I was told the slander, just recently about the slander. And I was like, all right, here we go. Okay. She's starting it up again, today I think I was told she called me a psychopath, so this is, and I'm the cyber bully, but what can you do? And I look at it this way. She has so much trauma that I can't even imagine. I can't wrap my head around that, of dealing with this for 10 years, being a woman on your own. Yeah, I can't. It's just so horrific that you actually have these burly Freemasons, these people that are, and again, and here I am. I mean, I'm talking about her and I'm not saying anything bad. I really feel bad still, even though she hates me, she slanders me. I'm in a vicious smear campaign with her.
I think what it is that she's in a spot where she's she feels like people like her will feel offended in a way where, even though they know they can't do this because of situation they're in, and I mean it's very understandable. It is.
You know what the thing that it's so, I still have to forgive, and I pray for her. I pray for the TI gatekeepers, and it's the thing that was so low that she said, it was, so I left a comment. So we had these email exchange back and forth. And again, I didn't know that she was friends with that guy that I threw out. I didn't know that she was buddy with him, and she took his testimony, and she's, trying to make him look like a hero, and, so, because he had to do, his not to get too in the woods, but he was just, his brother was a murderer. His brother killed a 3-year-old little boy and is serving, I think, 40 years in jail. The guy that I kicked out, his brother is in jail. His father died in jail, I believe, too. And I didn't know that they were buddy. So I warned about after I did my testimony, I wanted her to take my testimony down, because you were there, Graham, when he made an email and he said he was warning her. Yeah. Oh, she's awful. Beware of her. He was sitting on a toilet ready to go to Walmart, his job. And he was like, beware of her. Beware. And I didn't know that they were friends. And I was like, oh my God. So I called her up and I just said, I called her up. And I said, could you erase it? Could you just delete it? And she didn't do it. And after I gave my testimony, she treated me like warm poop. I mean, she was just nasty to me. And I was like, okay, whatever. And then, after, I said to her, when she later wanted to, weaponize my story against me and just paint me as this terrible person and this government provocateur, perp, undercover agent, narcissist, psychopath, all this stuff, little girl, loser, it's terrible, but again, I take it, I'm considering the source. This person is so heavily traumatized. And I really think if I had to give any TI that's new to this, beware of the individuals that have been going through this for so long. Yes, they're a plethora of information, and you want to get to know them. You want to hear what's going on, what's happening, and you want to just, it's like they know that people, just newly targeted or, just, hey, what am I supposed to expect here? But, with that situation, so what she weaponized was that at one point I wrote her an email. This is the exchange that we had, because we were still on a good rapport. And I know I'm digressing here, bear with me. And so I wrote, and here, remember, I'm in the middle of nowhere and I'm isolated. And she's going through what I'm going through, the occult stuff, the real estate mobbing. And I said in an email, I said, you have such a great podcast. I really love your channel. You're like the first, I'm going through it too. I said something like that. And I'm like, she knew I was going through real estate mobbing. And I said, you are the first channel I turn on in the morning. Because she had such good information. She had really good information. So later, when she deemed that I was a threat, she said that she possibly thinks that I have a homosexual crush on her from that sentence.
Wow.
Nice, right? Yeah.
That's insane, Rossley.
Yeah, it's too much.
I
Yeah,
think
it's too much.
I think it really got up there worse for you. Because you started to really when you started your channel and really started to connect people.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
and I mean, she's doing good, damn
Yeah.
good. I mean, really connecting to people that connected to her, and she started to get flying monkeys, man. You know, really, because she's doing good with people connecting. You know, because like they come in and they listen,
Yeah.
and it's like I was there. I'm like, dude, you're doing good. Like, I mean, she was.
Yeah.
And she had a bunch of hate mongers like, just really give her a bit time, that dude, she's doing good, connecting to people, man, you know. And I was proud to be there, man. I mean, and what bothered me was all these fucking trolls, man. The thing is, like, dude, they hate it because she's good at what she does, and that's connect to people, you know.
Yeah. I just like people, you know. I mean, it's just I really am a friendly person. You know, I'm a very much I am a people person. I love to make people laugh. I love to make them smile. You know, when I was at work, it really brought me joy. I'm not just saying that. I know it sounds corny, but it's very real. It was something that it made that miserable job, it made it tolerable.
It brought some humanity back to an inhumane situation.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I had one of my leads ask me when I was helping this 18-year-old, because I was trying to help him desperately get out of that job at the TSA. I was trying to get him into AmeriCorps, something that I had been a part of. I was a housing advocate for people on Section 8 and the elderly disabled, and I was in my 20s. I did it. I got that job because, you know, when a friend told me that I could never get it. She was such a snob. She was her parents were millionaires, and she said, you know, you got to be smart to get that job. And let me tell you, I volunteered on the weekends and these places that had VISTA programs. It's an acronym for Volunteers in Service to America. That's AmeriCorps VISTA. And I love that job. I was there for 2 years. I volunteered and we saved the building. It was a Section 236 building. And, you know, I had to learn boring housing law. I had to write my own grant with the help of one of my mentors there. You know, and it's just, I just love that job. That was, you know, but I couldn't survive. Right now, if I was to do that now, I mean, at the time I was 25, and the only reason I was able to help them, again, I was gerontology major, and, you know, social work, gerontology. And I loved, you know, my mother used to take me with her, you know, when she was a home health aide. And, you know, I used to get bullied so bad when I was a little girl. I had no friends, you know, so, you know, I'll tell you, I'll digress for a second. My best friend in life was Jessie. She was 99 years old and I was 7. And I just adored her. And she had her mind, and she was so smart and quick, and she was my bestie, you know, so I got very close, you know, to people, much respect for seniors, in which I don't think that is around today. I don't think there's the same kind of respect when we had back in the, you know, when I was 7, and, you know, we're talking about, you know, in the 70s, you know, so, yeah, so, I mean, it's something that I'm so used to with the bullying, you know, it's just like, it's second nature. I'm so used to it. So, you know, but, I don't know. Sorry, guys, I went off on a tangent.
You're fine.
But yeah, you know, the thing it's just really uncomfortable. It's something that, you know, no one chooses to be in this. That's the thing with this community, right? Even though there is no community on YouTube, there's just the cliques of the gatekeepers, but that they monitor too, I would say. They check your channel, they look at your channel for dissent. Because let me tell you, when I started my channel, you know, I was friends with, you know, these TI gatekeepers, these followers of Christ, and I asked them, remember, I was friendly, we're friends, you know, we'd call like once a week and we'd discuss and we'd talk. And I can say that, you know, it was a mutual friendship. You know, it was just, I didn't have any suspicions that they would ever backstab me or betray me. You know,
Yeah.
So, I established, Grim knows that I established my channel. I didn't even have this. I had a YouTube channel, but I didn't even have 50 subscribers, so I couldn't even go live. But then when this homeless transient guy, this psychopath that I kicked out, when he started his smear campaign and he had his YouTube channel, here he is going off on me. Here's her picture. Look, she's ugly. Look, her teeth are funny. Look, she's grimacing. Ha ha ha. She's grimacing. Oh, sorry, she has. Ha ha. That's funny. She has no breast. Everybody. Ha ha. That's funny. I forgot she has no. Just vicious stuff. Everybody. I forgot she has no boobs. Ha 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 ha. It's just the most disgusting, immature humor that it was just humor for psychopaths, right? And
it's genuinely psychotic.
And he is. And this is their buddy. By the way, this is the buddy that they've been keeping on the, that they're trying to make look like that he's like a shiny penny and he's some kind of hero.
Yeah, but he's gone now. He's
gone. He's gone. And now, he's
gone from their clique.
I don't think he's gone for their clique. He's a useful idiot to them, because, the more he slandered me, remember, like so when these gatekeepers made him his buddy, and, he's a vicious weapon to have in your back pocket to throw at people. Because he has no address, he's a transient. He's not even in a shelter, so I can't serve him with a cease and desist. I managed to do so, by the way, and he acknowledged the cease and desist. It's not easy for someone to acknowledge a cease and desist because then I can start a civil lawsuit, right? He just has to acknowledge the cease and desist, and then when you keep on doxing my name and my address, when you keep on doxing my name and my address and saying these vicious things about me, then, when you hit someone, when you hit their monetary, right? When you hit them in the pocket, that's when it's possible jail time, when he's facing, and, he's like one of the most, seriously, he's one of the most evil people I've ever met in my life. And he takes pure joy. Grim knows this. He takes pure joy out of it.
Yeah.
He really did, for last summer, for 5 months straight, he doxed my name, showed a picture I was in pain in, thermal picture. He just was vicious with the name calling with me, called me a peta, right? I don't know
we get
I can't say it right here on YouTube, right? Called me a human trafficker. He just said vicious stuff about me, and for them to be friends with him and then act like, the follower of Christ, he acts like he's just he was a former homeless guy and he's just kind of trying to help this other homeless guy out. No, I don't think so. You're keeping this guy because he's slandering me every day. He's trying to get me killed every day and dox me. And it got so bad I had to move. I moved from my dream house. That was my dream house. And Grim knows this. That was my dream house.
Oh, yeah.
And I had to move from my dream house and my dream location.
Really nice looking area.
Yep.
I mean, the way the guy is, I'll make it short. He's kind of like a mouthy version of YRV.
Of who?
Nonstop.
YRV was a troll that we were dealing with years ago. It's how Revan and I became acquainted. There was this guy, he had an idea, he proposed it to Anonymous shot it down, and so he started targeting and trolling Anonymous and anybody within that general vicinity, even though I'm not Anon and the Worldwide Resistance Network is its own thing. Considering we shared Anon content and had followers of the Anonymous Collective following us, we became a prime target, and I bent him over my knee and I spanked the living fuck out of him.
That's what you do. There you go. You can't let people do that. You can't, because they'll do it more and more.
Oh yeah, I completely decimated him.
Crazy is the guy is from my hometown.
Wow.
And it's nuts. And it's crazy. It's crazy, And I laughed. I'm like, this dude's from my hometown.
These trolls don't care. I mean, when you know what the sad thing too about that whole situation was? The first day and the second day, we actually really got along. And this guy really, and he had so much trauma. And remember, he had so much just baggage, trauma. He had no birth certificate, no driver's license, no nothing. He wanted to put his name on the address. When he got there, it was like his list of demands was endless. And as a fixer, I'm like, okay, you got no birth certificate? I can, all right, maybe I can work with, maybe I can get that for you. All right. I was ready. Okay. $27 is what you need. All right. I'll give you $27 and we'll, cause I really wanted to help him. I really genuinely wanted to help him. I thought, okay, we can do this, 2 TIs together, watching each other's back. And when we only went into town just a couple times, and I'm telling you, the targeting was much different. It really was. It was like everybody says, oh my God, the targeting is gonna be worse because his targeting is bad and my targeting is bad. And I thought, man, this is okay. I'm gonna take a chance. And the funniest thing is we had it in the last email that we exchanged. He wrote, we both agreed, what's the worst thing that could happen? Imagine that. What's the worst thing that could happen? Well, the worst thing that could happen happened. So, it just ended up I'm telling you, I was a wreck with him under my roof when it became like the 3rd day, 4th day, it was really, he had so much trauma, he was just dumping his trauma. And it was just, I would get out of that 2nd bedroom that I made up for him and I'd be walking backwards shaking, from hearing about his horrific life. And I didn't have the greatest life either, but, when I was younger, but oh my Lord, it was just, I was backing up just to get away, just to go to bed, but
damn.
It was just because he had a lot of, and I'm telling you, he's a good storyteller. He really is a good storyteller, but I'm telling you, he lies with ease and he's an artist.
Usually do.
He's very charismatic. He can be funny. He can be charming, and it just didn't work. It didn't work with us. We really tried to, and maybe, it wasn't that, there was just such a series of miscommunications. And then you have this guy who's so traumatized, and he's so traumatized that I made this pizza with too much onions. And why did I use a whole onion? And how strange is that so he's emotionally so stunted emotionally, he didn't grad. And I'm not saying this to make fun of him, but he told me that he had to take 7th grade like 4 times, right? So he never got out of 7th grade. And then by the time the 4th time he had to take the 7th grade, he's like selling weed to like 11-year-olds. And he's like, whatever the age is. I mean, he was so much older than them. And, he's telling me, I'm the king of the roast. I'm the king of the roast. And he's like 40 years old. And I'm thinking I wouldn't be bragging about that. That's just sincerely just sad. It's just, but anyway, so, it's just sad because the 1st and 2nd day, again, I did try to appease this guy. He had so much trauma. I'm like, you want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk in the woods? Do you want to go for a bike ride? You want to watch The Matrix? You want to watch everything I did was just weaponized with him. And then, the gatekeepers, the followers of Christ just believed everything he said. I just couldn't believe it. Just everything was just completely imploded and they believed him. And then, one of the male follower of Christ that takes the testimonies, he gave this psychopath $30 of the $100 that I gave them, because they were needed money at the time. So I helped them out with 100. And it was such an insult that this guy gave, this former homeless guy gave this homeless guy that I did not even feel safe with, under my roof, he gave him $30 under this. And then, and then he gave, he had $300 of my money. I gave him $300 cash to go back to where he came from. I found he was in a shelter when he told me that they were going to kill him and they were hitting him with their phones. And, so he wrote me an email and said, I'm going to kill, they're going to kill me if you leave me here. This is so serious. I still have that email. I have so much proof. It just doesn't even matter in this community, because the TI gatekeepers are running the show. They call who's validated and accepted. And, it's just kind of, okay, whatever. I'm the scapegoat again. Okay. Now it's just, and again, I'm going to get back to what I was saying, but, so I gave him I asked him how much he needed. I called him, the next day he slept rough and I gave him over $300. I gave him exactly what he wanted. He was supposed to go back to the shelter in Michigan with it. And then he took it and he went to see another in North Carolina, Jacksonville, North Carolina. He went to see another targeted woman that he was going to exploit, that he wanted to fix his life. And she kicked him in a couple of days. She kicked him to the curb. And the thing about that is she's in the clique. She's in the gatekeepers clique, and they still.
So she would have been aware of him.
And she doesn't say anything. And you know what though? And the gatekeepers have marginalized what she has been through. And they tried to erase one of her comments that she's, because one of the gatekeepers, what they do is they bait you. Believe it or not, they bait you with narcissistic baiting memes. So like, don't pay attention to a narcissist if you create, all this stuff, So he put up, I just happened to see it. He put up this baiting, because once a narcissist just talks crap about you and slandering you, it's just human nature to be like, gee, I wonder if they're done yet. Are they done yet? Are they still talking about me? Yep. I mean, I've had to deal with this for 1 year from the TI gatekeepers slandering me and calling me a cyber bully, projecting, basically. But so this woman, Grim, who she is. He's doxed her. He's made fun of her. Yep. She's a lovely person. She seems like a lovely person. I don't know her, but I've talked to her. She used to, when I had a live chat, she used to help me out with moderating. And of course he went after her for that she helped me out being my mod. She had to deal with him too, but it was traumatizing. Of course, a targeted woman like herself, right, doesn't want to be bothered, right? Again, she doesn't want to, she picks her battles wisely, right? She doesn't want this psychopath doing what he did to me, to her, so she has stayed relatively, sorry?
Naturally.
Exactly. And she has stayed relatively quiet. But I think it was, I don't know, last week or something, one of the TI gatekeepers put on a meme that said baiting, because they want to test the waters in the comments and who's being allegiant. The allegiance is good. So he wrote baiting, and it was an insinuation at me that I was this cyber bully, because that's what he's trying to paint me, that I'm this terrible person starting this smear campaign, not the other way around, guys, but when it is. But so he put up this meme and she said, and she had the audacity to say, good. She said, she said something like, good, call him out now. Everybody needs to know about him. And it was just, he erased it. He deleted it because they control the narrative. So what I did was I knew exactly what he would do. I knew how he operates, right? He used to be my friend of a year. And I took a picture of it before he hit it. And I went to my channel and said, this, basically said something like, here's the message. And when I called him out on it, because he said, oh, my message, wash it. And, so he's slamming me in the video and he goes, who probably erased it? Now, I'm not going to say any names, but they're probably in my computer right now. And I'm like, oh, no. He's saying that I'm in.
Really?
Yep. He went there. Those messages were there and I'm getting smeared. So I don't know if it's them or. And I'm like, wait, what? And people are so traumatized, especially they're going to listen to him. So I was just like, okay, you know what? Low blow. So he deleted it. I knew he did. I knew the system with the YouTube. I put it up on my YouTube page. He saw that I put it up on my YouTube page. Boom. And it was back. Immediately back. So he put the comment back that she left. Basically what she left calling, he didn't like that narrative. He didn't like that narrative that she put out there, that it was the psychopath and not me. That was meant to, because he wanted everybody to think it was, I'm the one, I'm the terrible, I'm the Jezebel that's baiting everybody. I'm the narcissist. It's just.
It's always interesting that the narcissist will try to project and call you the narcissist.
Bingo.
Especially when you have all the evidence to the contrary.
Yep, exactly. And
it's the old saying, dazzle them with brilliance or baffle them with bullshit.
Can you say that again? I've never.
It's like the old saying, dazzle them with brilliance or baffle them with bullshit.
Right, exactly. Muddy the waters, confuse everybody. But it's almost as if he's worshipped, like they're saints. Just because I'm targeted doesn't make anybody a saint just because you're targeted, because this is happening to you. And, it just kind of pains me when he gets out there and he tells his tale of woe over and over again, how much he's suffering to a bunch of people that are suffering. It's just, after years and years, I can't, he's been doing this since 2018. How can that not get old? It's just, I just feel like it re-traumatizes.
They get off on it.
Sorry?
They fucking get off on it.
You know what it is?
Fact
It's
of the
like
matter
supply.
is and the fact of the matter is they understand that the audience prefers rhetoric over fact, because you can sit there and spew bullshit all you want, and if you don't have, and it's great if you don't have to back it up, but but when it comes to evidence, you got to have work, and it takes time to sort through everything.
Yep.
People don't want to do that. They just want to take the easy route, so they'll follow the rhetoric.
Definitely.
And it's very prevalent. That mindset is very prevalent,
especially in the younger
Christian
generation.
Community, especially if they're targeting somebody else, like, oh, don't follow the Mormons, or oh, don't follow this religion or that religion because of this, that, and the other. Follow us, blah, 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 blah. And it'll be just a shit show of shit talking without any real fucking evidence to back it up, because the audience prefers rhetoric over fact.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's just, when he started, this TI gatekeeper follower of Christ started doing it with somebody else, he started picking on another TI's channel that I like. It's the one that begins with the O that I talked to you about. ODOGWUMEDICOLTD, that channel on YouTube, great channel. And the guy is obviously, I think, definitely targeted. And but this gatekeeper wanted to shame him. He thinks he's the king of the TI community, and he was saying, where's your proof? Where's your targeting? And this guy said, get lost. I don't want anything to do with you. Get lost. I don't have to prove anything to you, gatekeeper. Go away. And created a narcissistic injury. He got his flying monkeys to attack this guy. And I just got on my backup account, and I was like, I'm done. I can't watch this guy do it again. So I was just, and they sent everybody. I'm telling you, they sent their best flying monkeys. They sent the guy that I was friendly with, that was, their buddy and their best buddy. They sent him, the 30-year military vet. So, they're not dumb with who they choose to attack you. This guy,
of course not.
So they sent this war hero at me to attack me. That's who he sent. That's who the coward sent. He sent, they sent, so what am I going to do when this guy doxes my name, and he's going after, doxing everything, and he's lying about me. You got a DUI. Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about how you really want it? I mean, just vicious stuff. You want to commit suicide. You were a mess, and we made you, we made you find God. You found God with us. We saved you. I was like, man, how cocky, how sick can you be? Like, no one saved me. God saved me. That's it. Yeah. It's just so narcissistic. And then I just started calling him out because we were friends. And I was like, he started low blows and doxing me. And I was just like, all right, it's on. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the handler that you have in your life. Let's talk about this. So I was like, I don't want to do that. But if you're going to keep kicking me, and then you're going to pee on me, it's just, and tell me it's raining.
Yeah, if somebody's going to push, eventually you're going to push back.
That's it. And that's what I did, and I just tried to do it as gentle as possible. And I said, you know what? I know who sent you. I said, that, he's like, I know who you are. We all know who you are. You're her. You're her. We know who you are. And
at which point, isn't that criminal? Isn't doxing
it is
a criminal offense?
It is.
But you think a religious organization would distance themselves from that type of behavior and people who engage in it? So that says a lot about this organization, that they would insist on keeping the company of somebody who engages in any such activity, and thereby proxy condoning that activity.
But you know what it is, though? These people that he sent for me, this TI gatekeeper follower of Christ, these people that he sent for me, his most diehard flying monkeys, to try to shame me and lie about me and paint me as an undercover agent, perp, government provocateur, cyber bully. They use the same stuff. They use the same script. And I said to him, I said, and I had to act. I did. I acted up basically as my own best friend.
And you did so out of necessity. I mean, what else are you going to do?
And he was saying, oh, you're so pathetic. You're acting as your own best friend. You don't have any friends. This is the follower of Christ. you know, so I said to, you know, all the flying monkeys, each flying monkey, I tried to take on the best I could diplomatically, you know, and you know, it was different rules, right? They could dox my full name and just do all this vicious stuff and lie about me. And I had to keep in mind that this is a 30-year war veteran that is traumatized, that is going through some of the worst targeting I have ever seen. So of course he sticks this guy on me because he's going to say, you know, oh my God, she came after him. He's a war hero, my friend. How could she do this? It's a game, you know? So I said to him, you know, bottom line, I had to say to this guy that was attacking me, the 30-year vet that we were, you know, that I was friends with, you know, I had to say to him, you know, didn't she block you? Didn't she say goodbye to you in an email because you were verbally abusive? And that's true. I said goodbye to him in an email because he was so verbally abusive. And this is who the follower of Christ sent for me. So ask yourself, how much of a follower of Christ is he? You know, so, you know,
only in name only.
Yeah, in name only. And I mean, he spits out scripture and hides behind it and acts like, you know, he's, you know, I think he's a false prophet. I think he's just a false prophet. You know, this is a place where these gatekeepers can feel very powerful and in control, you know, and they do go after people that, you know, that they deem is, you know, that there's a threat. Again, when I started my YouTube just to defend myself against this psychopath that I got out of my house, you know, that was, you know, and I had to lock the door and everything because he tried to get back in again. You know, it's just, he's been hell bent on getting me killed. And I don't find it very amusing that these TI gatekeepers are buddy with him. You know, they're not.
And they shouldn't be. I mean, you got somebody who's doxing you and somebody who is, as you said, trying to kill you.
And not just me, Tim.
A organization should have nothing to do with that kind of behavior, or
not just me, another woman. Yeah, he also did it to another woman that's in their clique, and they gaslit her and marginalized her concerns about him and tried to hide that comment when she said, good, yeah, he is a narcissist. He does bait everybody. He does project. And then to have that gatekeeper hide it so he can control the narrative. No, I just saw it go down and I'm just like, all right, I know I'm going to get so much crap for this. I know that he's going to be done. It's got to be done. I'm not going to stand by and let him attack another TI with such a great channel just because of jealousy. You know, he did the jealousy game to me too. When I opened up when I had a channel, when I finally got over 50 subscribers that I could go live, you know, he played the same game as me. I remember I went live one day and I got messages from him saying, oh, how could you go live when I was live Sunday? Why did you go live? And I'm like, wait, what? I was documenting my targeting. I'm in town. I have no idea that you were on. And that's an actual message. You know that, Grim, right? You were there.
Yeah.
It's just, you heard the message. You know, it's just.
Reverend, you look like you had some thoughts there. Go take the floor for a minute.
Go ahead, Grim.
Someone like that is known as a religious narcissist.
Yeah.
And when they talk, I've seen this on old videos from Jim Jones and David Koresh and Kenneth Copeland and Joel Osteen, Robert Tilton, all these guys. They even Benny Hinn. This guy
It's all of them.
He hits the crippled people. And where in the Bible does it say for someone to hit someone with a disability? You don't. Not even in the red words. Holy crap, you know. But this guy who don't work, you know, not one fucking job. Oh, I'm afraid of working.
Well, you know what? With us working, they really do try to. They're very menacing, you know. But it's awful when you're a DI and you're trying to get a job because you are so blacklisted out there. So, but I just think I do think that, you know, I mean, it's just everything is my fault now with these TI gatekeepers. You know, I'm not allowed to have my own opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to practice freedom of speech. You know, it's almost like with that psychopath that I tried to help and I got him out of my house. But you know, it's almost like, it's like the butterfly effect, right? Like if I didn't meet that psychopath homeless dude and I didn't try to help him out, then I might still be friends with these people that were lying, that were pretending to be my friend when they were actually enemies. That, you know, that's the worst thing you can have. And they pretended they were, you know, that, Graham, right? That they were my buddy, right? They were friends. And they were saying terrible things about me in the background.
They were when I was on there as your mod. Now I was mentioning about getting people together as a support group of people that are survivors and victims of this program. And like I was very sincere about it, because there's a lot of people that are suffering, surviving, and trying to live their lives while in this program. But all of a sudden, oh my God, God forbid somebody mentioned that idea. Holy crap, you know. But because, again, there's a lot of people that are suffering from this program. And like Myra May, the late Myra May, who died 12 years ago. Only 31 years old. Only 31. A lawyer.
Yeah. So you mentioned starting a support group, and you got backlash for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who gave the backlash? Let me guess. The Christian group?
Ding 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 ding.
Oh my goodness.
And it wasn't a group. It's kind of a power couple. I guess they're a self-appointed power couple. You know, because the dinosaurs are the ones that kind of rule out here. These TI doing this, right? That had been targeted for so long. You know, the other TI gatekeeper, she's been targeted for over 12 years. And then his girlfriend has been targeted for quite some time. Horrific stories she has. And he has as well. He's been targeted since something like 2018. So they really do watch over this. You know, they watch over. They look for dissent. Constructive criticism is not allowed.
Well, it's about controlling their narrative. Like, why are you so offended? I mean, if you're a fellow survivor or a victim, why get pissed off when the idea of a support group of individuals who are survivors and victims of a program that wants to basically put you to sleep for eternity?
Yeah, it's like saying you can't have an AA group because I'm the AA group. It's like you can't have a monopoly, and they want to have a monopoly, and they want to fucking bitch about it. Yep. It's like, oh, if this AA group isn't through my organization, it's illegitimate, it needs to be destroyed. It's like, dude, you can't have a monopoly on a support group.
And that's exactly
whether it's Alcoholics Anonymous, Drugs Anonymous, or recovering from narcissistic abuse or domestic violence
or gambling.
Okay, they're not all owned by the same organizations. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And there needs to be support groups for these varying issues. So to sit there and demonize somebody for saying,
and man, I want to mention a name that I've been watching this guy for 2 years, and
let's hit
it. Brian too. Yeah. Brian too. He's on Facebook, and he has his comments completely not even active.
Well, YouTube does that. I think YouTube shuts off his comments because he's a whistleblower and he's targeted, and he's been going through this since the 90s. And I also want to say here, you know, I would have loved to talk to Brian too, but again, the TI gatekeeper, follower of Christ, they are friends with Brian too. So Brian is off limits. You know, it's insane that it's just like you have to go
trying to hold
them.
a monopoly.
That's what. Sorry.
They're trying to hold a monopoly on information.
You got it exactly, and they're picking and choosing who could be in their clique.
And
you know,
we're
watching let them have their little clique and then go fuck themselves.
We're watching this guy. I'm sitting there like, how long can this guy? I mean, the guy needs to go someplace where he's at peace, but he can't. He lives in his car.
Yeah.
And there's times where I want to cry because the guy has suffered enough.
It's painful to watch. And he's
Very
pretty
painful
smart
to
too. He's brilliant. He's been in this program for so long in the 90s. You know, he reminds me of Ann Casper. You know, I met her on Facebook, which I call Fedbook. And, you know, I was the last person she friended. And I don't know why. And I didn't even know what was happening to her. She would do these live feeds and she would be covering her neck with a scarf. And I would be hearing these cars outside the window and people screaming and horns going off. And I was just like, and she looked scared to death. And she was a whistleblower for Merrill Lynch. She was, I do believe she was in the financial sector. And all she was looking for was equal pay for women. And what they did was they really made her pay. I don't know if it was Merrill Lynch. I don't want to say it was Merrill Lynch. You know, I don't know who it was. You know, I have no clue. But she suddenly she got on this low kill list. And I mean, but she had full faith in like this group called Targeted Justice, which I do not. I think it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. I don't trust Targeted Justice, but that's what it is. But, you know, she trusted all, you know, that group. She trusted politics. She trusted Biden. She trusted, you know, she's writing letters to Biden. You know, watching her old videos is just so depressing. And they ended up, I mean, she was being perpetrated. I say perped out. She was being gang stalked and stalked in the hospital. Can you imagine? She was being stalked in the hospital. You know, she's putting up these pictures. They were cutting off her phone calls so she couldn't get any more phone calls. They were over drugging her. I remember her reading her last message on Facebook, and she was so high and out of it. And she said, and she was begging for TIs to help her. I know she was in all these TI groups, but she didn't realize that most of them are phony baloney. They're fake. You know, they're bullshit. They're infiltrated with parasites pretending to be TIs. You know, and it's just, you know, and one other thing too, that one of the, you know, that I didn't care for, the TI gatekeeper follower of Christ was in a lot of these groups, you know, and so I thought, okay, well, I know him and I think he's got a legit story. So I'm going to go in this support group because he's one of the moderators. You know, I'm going to trust all right, I'm going to trust the other moderator. And it turns out I found out one of the moderators that, you know, they were kind of close to was a perp. She was a perpetrator. She was an infiltrator. She was, you know, this criminal informant. Her husband was murdered. Her something, just such contrived situation. But it seemed like she just got out of, she had gone to jail. Her son had gone to jail. He was still in it. And, you know, it just seemed like, oh my God, it screamed that it was somebody on the payroll. It really, like, she screamed that like somebody that was on the payroll, a perp that was on the payroll. And he's moderating with her in a certain support group. So you think that gives validity to that support group, right? But when I would, you know, I later found out this person, I won't say her name, but it was just so obvious. She was, you know, I found out she was, you know, a perp. She was a perpetrator. She was a fake, you know, she was a criminal informant. She was on the payroll. And I called him on it. I said, geez, you know, he goes, I got to get out of those. I got to get out of a bunch of them. He just didn't even care. You know, he was in those groups to spread his channel. You know, it just didn't even, you know, and that's damaging to, you know, you know, you got new TIs that go into this support group and they see him and they're like, oh man, I heard that guy's story. Holy crap, it's bad. All right. So he's giving validity, but he just didn't even care. He was just like, oh yeah, I got to get out of them. I don't even know anything about that group. And yeah, they're mostly perps and they're mostly infiltrators. And I'm like, and you're moderating it? You're like, what? You're like the head guy running the show? You're one of them? It's just, they just didn't care too much about that. It was just, that was about building the brand, right? That was about building the channel, getting the subscribers, you know, and it's a shame. It really is a shame. I mean, I honestly wish that I never, ever looked for any kind of community. I definitely regret meeting these TI gatekeepers, you know, and I know they're probably, sorry?
Can't say I blame you.
Right. They're probably going to continue to slander me and, you know, but it's just, I don't want to be in their clique. You know, I just, you know, one of them does a chat on Saturday nights and I remember being in that chat and just having no one to talk to, isolated. Not that that's not, I'm isolated now, but I have people to talk to, but when I was in that situation, it was so bad and I was so on my own, so isolated. I was just like, I was pretty much a captive audience. We were just captive audiences hearing about her targeting and these, their chats and these clicks are like their own personal support system that they're not really, it's like, I remember trying to leave some supportive comments for some of the individuals, some of the people that are targeted like myself and on this slow kill list. And the gatekeepers went right after me. They went right after with the smear campaign. They're like, oh, he's reaching out to people and harassing them and leaving comments. It's not good. And I'm like, wait, I'm leaving supportive comments. And they twisted it that I was just this cyber bully with their followers. And it was just so.
Be like, okay, show the comments, motherfucker.
Right. Yeah. But you know what though? I was pretty much newly targeted, and they can come up. They can be intimidating. She can be very intimidating. Then they love that. I think they really like that some people fear them. I don't fear them. I don't fear them. I don't fear anyone or anything but God.
Yeah, they're the kind of people that will use God's name and in order to take advantage of people, and they're using this to exploit people and control people and control the narrative and flow of information for their own personal benefit. They're not. It sounds like they're nothing but poachers. Now, I don't know these people. I've never dealt with these people. I don't know the first thing about them outside of what you said. Yeah. But given what you've said, and you have shown the evidence time and time again throughout your videos and your comments and just everything you have. As you said, you got to document everything. Document it. Yeah. And you've done that. And then for them to come out and slander you and attack you when the evidence is right there, just goes to show the kind of people that they are. I mean, if they're going to attack you without any evidence, and you've got all the evidence and are saying, here, look at it. I mean, who's the more credible source here?
Yeah. And at this point, what I started doing was, when I found out they were talking, when he was talking, I found out that this TI gatekeeper, former homeless guy, was talking to this psychopath that I kicked out, that's been doxing me and trying to get me killed and making fun of me for, almost a year now. And, and he says on his videos, it's personal between me and her. Like, he really, almost every single video he has mentioned my name, put up my picture. And it's so sick to think that a TI gatekeeper, male TI gatekeeper, can be buddy with this person when he also has exploited another targeted woman. With these followers, I really think that a lot of them are just suffering from cognitive dissonance, and they think these TI gatekeepers can do no wrong. And especially this individual, because his targeting had been so bad, right? Because he's suffering, he had been through so much. So I think people give them the endless amounts of benefit of the doubt, and he's enjoyed that. They've enjoyed that.
And they always do. These types of people, we were talking earlier, it was mentioned that, narcissistic Christians, a lot of Christians will flock, a lot of narcissists will flock to Christian theology because a lot of the people that come in are broken individuals. They're coming in seeking God. So you'll have people who maybe are recovering from drugs or alcoholism that got referred to this XY church because of the support group that they are a part of. It's like, okay, go check out this church. And narcissists, they'll get wind of that, and then they will go in and they will act like the sweetest motherfucker. And then when these newbies come in, these people who are hurting, a lot of them will will start targeting those newbies and woo them in, and just for any given end. Yeah. And it's a great hiding place for a lot of fake Christians. I've dealt with it many times, and and this is not all Christians. I would say it's probably a good select few. But it does seem to be a very prevalent issue. Like
Yes.
some of the most godly people I have ever met are covered in fucking tattoos and look like the hardest motherfuckers you've ever met. But some of the biggest snakes I've ever met go to church on Sunday.
You got it.
And I'm not saying that's everybody.
That's where they hide. And it's not everybody.
That's where they
Definitely
hide.
not every Christian. But the whole thing is we have a lot of these secret society sleeper cells that are hiding out in these churches pretending to be Christian.
Yep.
You know, and they're really worshiping Lucifer. They're worshiping Satan. You know,
and sometimes you'll even have the religious organization itself as the snake in the grass. The church itself could be the snake in the grass. It's leadership.
The pastor. Yeah. Absolutely.
You hear about it all the time.
Right. I've been to a couple of churches. You know, I had been looking for community in real life community. And I went to, you know, a couple of churches and man, I was incredibly perked out. I was perked out by 80-year-old women. You know, it's just like, you know, all these Eastern stars, you know, they're activated and they're all different. You wouldn't even believe who they have watching, you know, us, and they want to make it you. So we're the beta testers. Like you said before, we are the beta testers, you know, and they want to make it everyone. They want it, you know, they want to bring in a social credit score. They want everybody under their thumb. You know, they want to bring in, you know, transhumanism. They want to bring in the digital ID, mark of the beast. You know, and they're doing it all under everybody's nose that is focused. You know, there's so many people, right? They throw out these psyops, right? I used to work there way back when. This is what they did. They got ahead of the damage control. And then what they did was they distract. So what do they got distracting people now? And I'm not throwing out any shame on anybody, but they're distracting people with the Epstein files and, you know, and it's all just a show. You know, it's kind of like what they do to us, targeted and people that are on this list. They do street theater to hold us up everywhere, doing street theater. So we're held up, you know, and we know, you know, they let us know that it's street theater because of, you know, they'll have the conductor, you know, they'll have the guy, you know, holding the stop sign. He'll have red sneakers on. This is how they do it. They do the perping nonchalantly, and they do it at a series and over time where they want you to crack. They want you to crack. They want you to implode. They want you to act out. They want you to hurt somebody, like Myron May.
Yeah.
Like Myron May. Myron May was, I mean, you know, other than the situation that he did, you know, he was a targeted individual. And he was, I think his girlfriend was a honeypot who threw him under the bus. He was trying to get it out that this was happening to him. He was a successful young attorney. I think he started out in Texas. He was brilliant. I mean, you see his interviews just before he's killed by, you know, suicide by police officer. You know, he was begging people to help him. He said, this is happening. I think this is something called Voice the Skull. You know, he made these, you know, this long video. This is what's happened to me. Look, I'm going to mail this video out to several news agencies. And I want to make sure I'm doing this for all, you know, targeted people so we can wake up people that this is really happening and we're not crazy. We're not mentally ill. We're not insane. This is really happening to us and it's going to be happening to them soon. This is the plan of the New World Order. This is the plan, right? And he said, and then what happened? You know, he goes to this library. And you know, he shot some people, but I do believe he didn't kill anybody. But what he wanted to happen was, because remember, he had Voice the Skull. So can you imagine hearing a voice that's not your own 24/7? Can you imagine hearing 2, 3, 4 that the government puts there? It's called Voice the Skull. Dr. Robert Duncan, another Robert Duncan creation. Voice the Skull. And it mimics,
and nobody really talks about this stuff.
Well, and it mimics because they hid those people. They hide us. I'm isolated. You know, right? I've only met you because you know my friend Grimm, right? They isolate us. They isolate us, and they make sure that when we're trying to turn on the computer and we want to talk, and they mess with our phones. Grimm knows this. They mess with my phone all the time. They mess with my computer all the time. You know, it's just constant. It's, you know, and the thing is, I'll call somebody and they'll reroute. They will reroute my call to a voicemail like, "Hi, this is Google. What's your call? What's the importance of it? Why are you calling today?" And I'll be like, it'll be something that it's not even. And this has happened last year with a friend of mine, not saying any names, and and they plug me into somebody else's, their own, right, their own voicemail because so they can control who we talk to. I mean, that's how bad it is. I am not free. I am more free than any gang stalker. I would never want to be them. I feel bad for them. I mean, I'll walk by them and they'll got their sneakers on. They got their little kid, right? Because they want to make us look like, they'll purpose out real bad and they'll bring their children along. How disgusting is that, right? They'll bring their little baby around or their toddler. You know why they're always bringing their kids around and, trying to torment us and try to make us act out and, they'll hit us with their cart, trying to start shit with us, the game is provoke.
Yeah, because it's a sympathy tool.
Exactly.
They want to use kids as a sympathy tool.
Got it. And the game is provoke, provoke, provoke. They want to provoke us. And then they use these kids, they use their own kids. And sometimes, there's another individual who's also targeted and they said, they might not even be their children. But the whole point is they want us to film the kids. Right? Or they want us to film the abuse that they're doing to us, all these psychological operations, and then they put the kid in the line of fire. Right here, they'll push the kid in the recording of your phone. So it makes you look like, a petty, a child diddler. And this is how dark and disgusting this program is, where they're trying to make us look like either mentally ill, just off our rockers, unstable, schizophrenic. And I've never been diagnosed with anything. I've never been diagnosed with a mental illness or schizophrenic or any of that crap, so, and that's what they want to do. And a lot of these psychiatrists and psychologists and people that study psychology, a lot of those people, especially the psychologists and the psychiatrists, they're in on it. So they want to put that black mark on your record, right? Schizophrenia. And that's what the V2K does. That's where the V2K comes in. And so they can label you and they can do it. They can just put voice to spell. Robert Duncan talked about it, right, Grim? Dr. Robert Duncan talked about how
there's a movie that I've seen. She had me. She recommended this movie and watch it. I watched it. Movie. Forgot the name of the movie, but the way it goes, this guy was. I think he was an artist or somebody, and he started to really become this targeted man, and not realizing that he started to get really mentally just boggled.
Yeah, and it started to wear him down physically and mentally.
Yeah, and then. He had to meet somebody. Turns out, now this is the biggest what the fuck moment here is that he goes in, he's escorted in his room. Turns out his sister runs the organization that does this shit.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
What's the movie? What's the movie? Do you know? Do you remember?
Off the bat, no. It's been about what was it, about a year or so?
Yeah.
And his movie is like the guy is living in a loft, okay, in a loft, and he's seeing these lights flashing every few minutes, every few seconds, and he wakes up. Looks like he's suffering from insomnia.
And you don't know the name?
No, right from the bat. No, it's been about a year or so.
Is it called Insomnia?
No, but it's based on. It's a European film. The actor.
Okay, so most people in the States probably wouldn't have heard of it.
No.
If you can, at some point, when we get back to this, because we'll probably be doing more interviews about this down the line.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If you remember the name, take a note and just stick it aside for the next time we do an interview like this, because I think a lot of people would really like to know more about this. In fact, there needs to be more coverage about this. Cause you got the quote conspiracy theorists out there. When it was the last time you ever heard people like Alex Jones talking about this stuff, or Joe Rogan? I mean, Candace Owens talked about it a little bit, and she got shamed for it.
Right. Yeah. Just recently, she talked about it. She brought up those Masons that are in, 20 Masons or something. I think it's in the UK. And there were police officers involved, intelligence agents involved that were, they're on trial now for murder, for gang-stalking Freemasons. They were gang-stalking Freemasons. Basically, it's the hidden secret. This is a hidden secret. It's like I make these T-shirts. I had a couple of T-shirts that I made through Amazon. And, some of them, because I don't want to talk to these people that are doing this, that are mobbing me and all that stuff. I don't want to deal with their head games or their gaslighting or their coughing or their direct conversation. I just don't have time for it. I want to go in the store, get out. I don't have time for them trying to get their kid, trying to use their kid to try and make me look like a pedophile or any of that crap, because that's what they do to us. It is, I know it seems insane. It sounds crazy, but there's so many of us going through this, and they do the same. It's the same POC. It is the same pattern of conduct, and that's another great channel, by the way, I want to throw out here. Her name is Erica Lorraine Spencer. She's an attorney that is being targeted severely. And, they can hit us in personal areas, okay, with these weapons. I know that's crazy, okay, but they can make it, and I'm not going to go into it because it is so unpleasant to talk about, because it can be painful. Grape. Okay, I'm not going to say the word. I'll say grape. But graping is happening, and to us. And she puts it out there. And her name is Erica Lorraine Spencer. She became targeted in, I think, 2008 or so. They have destroyed this woman's life. She's the first person. She's the first targeted person that she just shames police. She's just like, you're a Freemason and you're a demon. She's just out there. It's called POC, and she's highly shadow banned. We are all shadow banned. That's why people are not seeing that. But you'll see fake TIs, so you'll see some fake targeted individuals talking about it and mocking us and coming off like they're targeted individuals on YouTube. And if they usually have over 9,000 subscribers, usually, or 8,000, they're not a targeted person, So, it's just, I cannot believe, and they're playing it. The intelligence agencies are playing it so well, right? They're muddying, they're doing what they do best. They're muddying the waters. They're putting these fake targeted people in our groups. They're putting them everywhere. They're filling up everywhere. There's not a lot of us, on YouTube. There's just, we are everywhere, but on YouTube,
you're everywhere, but at the same time, you're nowhere.
Nowhere. You got it.
Yeah, you're everywhere, but nowhere. Rebbe, you had a thought. Go ahead and throw out your thought, and then we got to put the turkey in the oven.
Sure.
We have reached.
Go ahead, Greg.
We have reached again the 4-hour mark.
No, no. It flies by with you guys. It flies. It really does fly by.
It does. Time does fly, darling. Time does fly.
There's so much to talk about with this. It's just so complicated. It's not an easy topic. It's just, but we're all trying to, for the most part.
We're going to do that 90 minutes, the hour and a half thing, but again, time flies. When Tim and I do our thing here, it could be 3 hours, man. Like, whoa, shit, But
yeah,
we're at 4 hours, 3 minutes, nearly. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I just want to shout out the importance of those channels, the YouTube channels that I put out there, and also the book Guinea Pig by Dr. John Hall, Guinea Pig Technologies of. I think it's Technologies of War, but it's really a fascinating book. It talks about remote neuromonitoring. This is a doctor that his girlfriend was targeted. And so he knows, can you imagine? They have cloaking suits. Cloaking suits where this is what they're doing to that woman, who the other TI gatekeeper in the rural area, they're walking around on her property with cloak suits. Can you imagine? She's so out.
Light reflecting suits.
Yeah, these are invincible suits. I mean, this is on civilians. I mean, it's just, and in the other book, I do like, it's a decent book. I don't know a lot of decent books about this. I mean, other than I really do like Guinea Pig. I mean, it talks about remote neural monitoring. It talks about V2K. Dr. John Hall talks about how we're getting gaslit, how we're getting ignored, and this is going to be so prevalent with people. This is what they're bringing in now. And Milton William Cooper, who wrote "Behold a Pale Horse," it's on YouTube. Of course, they killed him. I'll say allegedly, but he was a whistleblower. He had Navy intel. He told people over 30 years ago, I think it was 35 years ago, what is happening now, that the New World Order would be coming in. They would be playing both sides, good cop, bad cop, and all these politicians would be rotten. And, and nobody wants to be, a politician doesn't want to be, targeted. They don't want remote neural monitoring or V2K. It's just, I mean, nobody wants that. A lot of some celebrities, I think Michael Jackson was targeted, so, I mean, it's no joke. I mean, this is definitely no joke. And, I hope people just do your own, the last thing I want to end with is I sincerely hope, and I just sincerely hope that people just use your own discernment. Don't listen to gossip, don't listen to all that crap. It's like, don't listen to biased people's discernment. It's just like, because there are some people that it's beneficial for them to misunderstand you. If they are committed to misunderstanding you, that's what's going to happen. And trust me, and that's what's happening to me, but I'm pretty much accepted it. I mean, I'm taking this walk well. I'm taking it very serious that, I used to be an atheist, and now, I mean, I can't even imagine that, even thinking like that, so it's just, there's a reason why this happened to me, and I don't say woe is me and poor me. There's a reason, and I trust the plan. I'm trusting God's plan, and I'm just trying to remain on the right side of history. I'm not a perfect person or anything like that. I'm always trying to make my parents proud, and my parents were proud of me, and I know they're watching me from heaven, and, and I'm just I'm not going to sell out. They'll have to kill me. I don't want them to kill me. I don't, but I see that in my future. I don't think I sincerely don't. And I'm not, looking for empathy or sympathy, but I sincerely do not see myself living much longer because of this program, because it's just so daunting on the body, mentally and physically, but, with that being said, I really appreciate you guys having me on. I really do appreciate it.
It's not a problem. Is there anywhere somebody can find your social media, like a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Where you post your content?
Yeah, I'm not too big on that right now. I'm trying to battle several smear campaigns. I mean, I have some, videos up there of the individual that, I kicked out of my house and that has been smearing me, trying to dox me.
But people should see that. Would you care to reference where they can find that material?
Sure. I mean, it's and at this point, if people find out my name, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's gatekeepers are creepy. That's if you go to gatekeepers are creepy, you'll see that, I'm basically, showing you all this videos that I've collected from this guy. I have over 100 videos of him doxing my name and trying to get me killed. And, and he's the buddies, imagine, it just blows me away that these people that are targeted as well, these gatekeepers hate me so much that they would lie about me and promote doxing. I'll say allegedly, but it seems like that. So since they've been given money and everything, it looks pretty bad for them. But again, I think their followers have cognitive dissonance. I just think they're doing a really good job by, just being a very cult-like a cult-like dynamic. And if you don't fit in, if you have a different opinion than the person that, is the, I hate to say it, but right, this king of the TI community who wants to be seen like that, and you have a different opinion than him, it doesn't go over well for you, period. And I'll just want to say this, when I started building up my channel, my other channel has something like 1,070 subscribers on it. When I was friends with them, I had the audacity during a Sunday chat and I asked their permission too, to just shout out my channel, because like Grim was saying, I wanted to start up a channel on Streamlab where, TIs could actually meet one another in real time, on the virtual stage, talk to one another, get to know one another, and, you know, start the process of uniting, you know, or at least teaming up, you know, because, you know, I mean, even when I teamed up with that, you know, the guy, the 2 days, but we were hanging out and went to town, our targeting was less. It was much less. It was like the gang stalkers, these criminal informants were afraid of us when we teamed up, you know, so it really is important for TIs. It really is important for TIs to team up and start talking, and just don't be under the thumb of the TI gatekeeper and just wait for these, you know, just really people need to start trying to find, you know, I really like with Nappy gets it, you know, Nappy's like, we need to team up. He's not part of any clique. This guy's on his own, you know, and he's just like this, you know, we need to team up. He
understands it.
Yeah, he understands it. He gets it. He gets it. They didn't win him over with their bullshit. You know, he's very, you know, he just doesn't take sides. He's just trying to survive, you know, and there's some great footage on Nappy's channel too. He literally puts his car in park, takes his camera and runs up to the person with the one headlight and says, hey, did you know that, you know, you're a domestic terrorist? And I understand that you're trying to get me killed and you're trying to trigger me, but, you know, you're going to pay for this. You know, God's watching. He'll say something like that. And then, you know, and go back and they'll say, well, I don't even know what the perpetrator will say, one headlight. What are you talking about? You know, and he'll go, you know, Nappy's already in his car going, have a nice day. You know, and they're torturing his animals. He has little puppies and they're torturing his animals with these DEWs. So it's very real. And, you know, and again, you know, it's worth it to me if I reach somebody, you know, and you know, some family member that their son or daughter or loved one has been trying to tell them, look, this is happening to me. This is true. And that they're not crazy. There's a bunch of us. There's thousands of us out there worldwide. And please also check out the book, Behold the Pale Horse. It's highly edited on YouTube. It's the audio. Bill Cooper does the narration. It's a great book. And people should check out Behold the Pale Horse because it's happening right now in 2026. He tells us
that. Also check out Animal Farm by George Orwell.
Yeah, 1984.
You can find those books on eBay relatively cheap. I just got Animal Farm and 1984. It was all comprised into one book. I got it for like $10. Okay, they're very easy to get, and so they can find you at Gatekeepers
Are Creepy,
and that is the same as it's displayed on your screen name here. Gatekeepers, capital R, Creepy.
Yeah, and I changed it, Tin Man. It was targeted by narcs, so I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding or in fear of anybody, you know. So
okay, so they can still search you via targeted by narcs or gatekeepers are creepy.
Yep.
Check her out on YouTube. Check out all the information. Everything she's talked about, she's documented 110%. So you know she's not bullshitting. You know everything she says is true. So go ahead and check it out. Targeted by narcs or gatekeepers are creepy. And on that note, I just want to go on record in saying that this is a spiritual war. The devil can't infiltrate your mind. He can't read your mind, but he can plant thoughts. Mm-hmm. And his biggest thing is influencing people and manipulating people. He doesn't control anything. He can't create anything. All he can do is copy God and try to mimic God as best he can. But all he is a shallow charlatan with great limitation. He is not as powerful as he makes himself out to be. He's trying to make himself out to be big. And these are his tactics. He wants to hurt people. He wants to influence people. That is his biggest and really his only weapon is the influence that he has over people. Yeah. And this targeted by narcs op is one of those means of manipulation and influence over others to try to break people down, to break their will and wear them down to the point to where they do suicide by cop or mass shooting or even just take their own life. You know, he wants to prey on the innocent. He wants to prey on the young and the beautiful. He wants to take everything that's beautiful and strong and godly and try to destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we are seeing this in real time and to the degree that we are.
Yep.
And these people, they do exist. They are experiencing these traumas and these hardships and these attacks. Just because you don't hear about it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Yep.
And we need to continue to generate awareness of these issues and the infiltration of these varying organizations and support groups, because people need genuine help. They need genuine support. They need genuine friendship and unity. And the Worldwide Resistance Network has always prided itself, even before it was called the Worldwide Resistance Network, we had always prided ourselves on the idea of unity and coming together despite whatever differences we may have. And it has never been more prevalent than in this time and in this type of situation for individuals like gatekeepers or creepy. Okay, these people need all the love and understanding and support and exposure that you can give them.
Yep.
Make this go viral. The last interview we did exploded on YouTube. I was amazed at the amount of feedback and views we got on this. This is a very prevalent subject and needs to continue to gain national attention on the national stage.
Also controversial as well, too. I mean,
it is. It really is.
It is.
So,
Yeah.
On that note, I definitely look forward to seeing you back on here again, Gatekeepers.
Yeah.
We
Thank
want to
you.
hear more of your stories. We want to hear what's going on with you, any updates, any new leads, any new angles that occur in this.
Okay.
We would you are a very prevalent voice and a very brave woman for coming out and talking about this against all the odds and all the opposition. Your bravery alone and willing to open up and talk about this and try to gain exposure on this issue. I will put on my hat and I will tip my hat to you, my dear lady.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you. Thank you.
More power to you. And for those who are watching this, share the retransmission. I say it every time we go live. Share the live feeds, share the retransmissions. But now with these videos in particular, share the fuck out of it. Share it, share it, share it.
Please.
And on that note, we're going to go ahead and we are going to put the turkey in the oven. So, Rabbit, having taken you down the rabbit hole, this has been a very, very informative video. We ran 4 hours. We generally don't go that far, but I'd say it was worth it because this is a spiritual battle.
this is actually
And it needs, the demons hate light, and we need to cast as much light on this situation as possible, because these people, as Gatekeepers has pointed out, though they be satanic or atheist or whatever, they know God exists. They know that there are people who genuinely are seeking God or have found God, and those people wind up with the biggest targets on their back because the enemy cannot stand God and he cannot stand the soldiers of God. And if you are a follower of God, you are a soldier in his army, and the enemy does not like that. Anybody who seeks God, the enemy will seek to destroy. And this conversation is a prime example of what is happening to the saints in the world and those who are seeking God. And that is why we do what we do, because we have to fight back. We have to push back. We have to continue to expose the truth, because we are not fighting against flesh and blood, but principalities and all of that shit. It's a very real and very serious battle, and we cannot take it lightly. Robin, you have a thought?
Jim and I been doing Peanut and I have been doing it for almost 15 years. If we have to, we'll do it for another 15 more fucking years after that.
I'll do it until the New World Order's dead, or until I'm dead.
Yeah.
Okay? Until Christ comes, or the New World, or we take down the New World Order, or I drop dead of a heart attack, or whatever the case. So long as there's air in my lungs, I will continue to be a watchman on the watchtower and calling out the approach of the enemy as I see them coming.
Absolutely.
And so
And
until
this
until
is the
next
moment
time,
we all need courage. This is a moment
Yeah.
right now. Everything is speeding up. We all need to have moral courage. We all need to have courage right now.
Exactly. So, again, share the live feeds. Follow us on our various social medias, X, YouTube, Rumble, all at REALTWWRN. Check out our online store. Tons of great merch. Support the broadcast. And as always, remember, you are one of God's chosen. And if you are watching this, you are the resistance. And if this resonates with you, stay strong. Never give up. That's all I can ever say is just never give up the fight. If you have stuck with us this long, you can do anything. Anybody that's going to stick with a 4.5 hour long broadcast, you got some gusto, my friends. So until next time, we'll be doing Jedi TV, Great Jedi TV tomorrow night, or I should say later this evening, considering it's already Tuesday.
Yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock my time, so
And I know, Grim, you didn't mean like any kind of devil sign or anything, because trust me, people watch that and just try to find anything in it. I know that you were like, hang loose, you're easygoing guy, you meant nothing by that. Remember, like, it's just highly critical. People are just highly.
Great Jedi TV will be later Tuesday evening at 7 for a recap. And tomorrow I'll be going round 2.
Round 2.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you for having me. Oh yeah, I'll be talking to you about that. And thank you guys really for having me. It really was a pleasure. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
And we look forward to having you
Always.
on again.
I feel really safe with you guys. Great interview. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Anytime, sister, anytime.
All right.
So until next time, I'm Chris Sheldon, your Tin Man, your White Rabbit. I'm taking you down another rabbit hole. On behalf of Revan and Gatekeepers Are Creepy, thank you for tuning in. And if you are watching this, you are the resistance. Stay strong, stay brave, stay safe, and God bless you all, my brothers and sisters.
And you ain't done with that? We got 3 words for you. Go fuck yourself.
Deuce!
Oh.